We got Big Dog barking. We got Auntie in the building. What's going on, guys?
What's going on? What's going on?
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Chilling. I don't know. My StreamYard is like jacked right now. I'm trying to figure out all these layouts and shit. So my bad, but everything's good. How y'all doing? How's your Friday?
Um,
Huh?
I don't even know how to answer it. Usually, I'm used to people asking me like, "How was your weekend?" And I'm like, "Short." But how's my Friday? Still going.
Okay, still in motion. I can dig it. I can dig it. How about you, Big Dog? Everything going good? Got any plans for the weekend?
Uh, Dealing with my grandson this weekend.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, hands on Papa. That's what's up.
Yeah.
That's good. How old is he now?
He be what 3 months on the 19th.
Oh, that's so cute. That is so cute. How does it feel?
What to be a granddad?
Yeah.
Shit, just me raising kids all over again from starting over. Just watching my son go through it and trying to be there for my son. And like, look, bro, I've been through it. I already know what's going on. I'm gonna help you out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's awesome. What's up, Riaz? How are you?
Hey, what up? I'm doing good. So how are you?
I'm doing good. Good to see you.
Same here.
You've been busy, huh?
Yep.
That's good. Everything, you start your program, right?
Yeah. So I've already progressed 6 weeks in it now.
Okay.
Been 6 weeks now.
All right. Well, Auntie, I know
It's
that.
such a time. Well, it's a bit tiring, man. Yeah, that's very unnatural. It's also tiring for me that that's a bit busy. Those sometimes I don't get much chance to climb up as much as I used to. So there's other priorities right now. But I support, but not climb up as much. Only a few people I make exceptions to. Like weekend, it's a different story. Weekdays, like when I'm in the home, I can do that anyway. But man,
We don't actually don't give a fuck about.
See ya.
well,
Oh, is Pink Boberto's old bitch ass? You mad you got blocked? You shouldn't have been, acting up. I got him. Sorry about that. I didn't even notice that they was back there for a second. All right, so yeah, so you asked me, Auntie, no more panels. It's something I'm considering.
Just out of curiosity, why?
Um, More because it's like, okay, it's interesting to get the people's, perspectives and things like that. But I've noticed that a lot of people who do jump on panels, they're not really interested 100% in the actual topic. They are up there to talk about what they want to talk about. And then I end up basically caught up trying to moderate a pointless conversation. And then I'm like, damn. Okay, well, you know what I'm saying? That show just went to shit, So I started learning to do longer monologues, get my point across, lay my ground out and work out first, you know what I'm saying? Before I let people up, you know what I'm saying? Then we can take it wherever. But sometimes it's just a lot. It's a lot of energy, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, man, it's good if you have a set people that you know what I'm saying, are going to contribute to the conversation, but most people don't be contributing to the conversation.
I mean, yeah, I would agree with you. And then kind of maybe add or be a contrarian on it a little bit because people just like you're gonna have a lot of different personalities on panels, so that's why I always say like panel hosting is both an art and it's mainly a science. It's a science and an art, yeah. So that really goes to the host, the format to be able to moderate. I always compare a panel host to like a referee in a sports game or whatever. They really shouldn't have too much say so in the outcome, but they're very important. And if they're doing their job properly, you don't even know that they're there. But if they're not there, things just get out of hand. You know what I'm saying? So it's really important for the host to make sure that everybody's able to get their point across, not really be talked over, at least not too much, and stuff like that. It's just, I think that's what makes a lot of panels like tough on folks, is because you just have different methods of panel hosting, and some can just seem, just like you said, it's just like it's just all over the place sometimes. And other people have it down. They have it down, and they know, like, look, this is the way we're going to do it. If two people go back and forth, too many times or whatever, we're going to segue it and get some of the other voices.
Yeah, it's definitely an art. I haven't practiced it, what I'm saying, I guess enough, and also just with my personality, just trying to figure out, I guess a way to make it, work for me and for people to actually respect and listen, what I'm saying, to me, period. What's going on, Almond Eyes? I guess she's over at your channel, Big Dog.
Yeah, she over on my channel.
Perfect. All right, what you think, Big Dog? Because you don't really do too many panels anymore, do you?
For my own show, or just jumping on people panels?
For your own show.
Nah, not really, because I still be trying to find my way in YouTube. You know what I'm saying? So just doing panels a lot of times, it's like you just said, it's like some people come up there and don't even have nothing to say. Really, just want to say whatever's on their mind, and be so far off the topic. I'd be like, bruh, it ain't even worth me opening the dropping the link, because if you ain't gonna talk about what I'm talking about, then what's the purpose of you coming up here for?
Yeah. And I guess, what I'm saying, it could be as simple as just like, okay, well, you got anything on the topic? Oh, no, not really. Okay, well, come back when you have some, when you got something to say, type shit,
Yeah.
But I don't know, that's when people start getting entitled and, oh, you don't want, people on your panel. I just want people to contribute and be, in a useful way. Or I might as well just keep the last person up here. You feel me? Like, I just see certain shows, they're just like, I don't know what they're talking about. Like, shouts out to the Powdered Dusty, aka Flow State, but I don't be knowing what his shows be about half the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just an open panel, just talk about whatever, and that's cool. But like I said, if I actually focus on a topic, get some support and materials around that, whether it be videos or like whatever, like, yes, it's important to me. I will at least want to get this information out, and that's what I want to talk about. Sometimes, like I said, you can have like more of an open panel, open discussion type of thing, but I feel like a lot of people just think it's always open panel and always open discussion. It's like, nah, this is what we're talking about today. I can show you y'all know what I'm talking about anyway, but that's just what happened on this past Wednesday on Our Lady show. We want to talk about black hair and about, the importance of it, and just, getting confidence and all this other stuff. And it turned into man and woman stuff. And this person does this and that person does that. And it's just like, oh God, I don't know. Sometimes it's just, I don't know. It's not productive to me.
Yeah, it became unproductive after certain people popped up there.
You know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
That's where I would agree and then disagree too, because people don't pop up; they're allowed up. They're, and yeah, y'all know, y'all do stream, y'all. Somebody has to hit that add to stream button, so you can pop up backstage, but in order to end up on the main stage, somebody got to put you there, and then somebody got to leave you there. So that kind of is what it is. The host has controls over all of that stuff. So I always put it on the host. It's up to you to kind of run your platform how you want to run it.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there's definitely been there's definitely been points in times where I've just left certain people in the back and don't even acknowledge them and just wait for them to drop off. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm glad that some of them haven't come back, because I'm just like, yeah, you don't add nothing but chaos. And I'm not trying to name no names, because it seems like as soon as you do that, and the motherfuckers be popping up. But yeah, you definitely have control as a channel holder. You know what I mean? when it comes to who comes up and who doesn't. But I don't know. It's just, to me, I just want to try something a little different and see how it goes. And also what I've noticed is like when I do have the open panels, it's like, it's not like I don't get a chance to speak, but it's still like, you know, I don't know. It seems like I said, the topic is just not being taken into consideration. And then even when I try to like regulate, okay, this person's gonna go next, this, that, and the third, you know, people, they just kind of still do what they want to do sometimes. So I don't know. Partially it's me, you know what I mean? But to me, it's like I do enough panels on other people's channels and stuff like that. I'll let them handle it because I know that they are more diplomatic, you know, they have a certain respect level with their, you know, with the people who choose to go up there, and it just goes better, in my opinion. So that's kind of one of the reasons why I'm just like, yeah, I'm probably just going to just do more videos. I want to start doing, like I said, more pre-records and stuff like that. But we'll see. We'll see. It's just a thought right now.
And I always say, I try to understand where everybody's coming from too. And like most of us have channels of our own, so we can all be a little opinionated and long-winded too. So that's why it's important to like moderate it, because a lot of people will come up not just to rail it, but kind of just, you know, just hog the mic. And people aren't even doing it intentionally. You know, people are used to kind of just having their own platform and pretty much being the only one talking. So that's why it is up to, I just say, whoever's hosting or co-hosting or whatever, just to remind folks on it consistently without taking, because we're live for these panels and not pre-recorded stuff. It's live, so you don't want to take the real reactions out of it, because that kind of takes away from the quality of content. You know, takes away, but it's up to somebody. Just remind everybody, like, look, we do have a full panel, so I want to get to this one, I want to get to that one, I want to hear your thoughts on this. What do y'all think? And then when things start to get out of hand, sometimes you just got to pivot the topic, not necessarily change it, but, you know, pivot it back to where you wanted it to be. So that's why I say it's a science. It's a science.
Yeah,
it's not, and I think a lot of folks have got lazy over the years, where it's like, look, I'll just drop the link and whatever happens.
Yeah, whatever happens. Right. Yeah, I mean, you know, if anything, and I know it'll be a little bit more tricky, but, you know, I would like to, you know, send the link out to certain people specifically. You know what I mean? Versus just have like an open forum type of thing, because there's certain people who I know for sure would be like, oh, this person will be, you know, have great feedback on this topic, or, you know what I'm saying, will really add to the quality of the show. So I think that if I do offer, like, you know, that type of situation, it'll be more of like an invite only thing. But hold on, let me bring up Reese. What's going on?
Yo, what's up?
Nothing much. How's your day going?
Half and half.
Half and half?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
you know, you still got time left, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not complaining. I saw somebody in a wheelchair and I knew I was doing better than them.
There you go. There you go. All right. So did y'all see this episode last night?
I didn't see last night's episode. Before you bring it up, though, I did want to mention, just talk really briefly about I know, because I had hit the panel on Wednesday, and I'll ask your opinion on it, because you were on the panel too.
Yeah.
I think it kind of seemed like maybe it was getting, I know what individual you're talking about, but I also think that as it progressed, and, you know, it was kind of mentioned, that person started to be a little more considerate. You know, and I think things started to go a little smoother. So what do you think about that?
I mean, it might have been. It did a little bit. I mean, but it still took a lot of effort. I mean, even I, you know, if I had a question, I try to leave the attitude out of it. You know what I'm saying? And just really actively listen. You know what I mean, to what he was saying, and if it was something that I was curious about, then I would bring it up. You know what I'm saying? To, you know, but I did kind of see him calm down. But then when he dropped he got definitely disrespectful in the chat. So it was back.
Okay, in the chat, I wasn't really looking at that. I was just gonna say, like, I'll call things out when I see it, but I'll also give credit where credit is due. So even in his case, it looked like he did try to get the two-way conversation going once he was, told that the conversation ain't really going 2, 3, and 4 ways. It's kind of just like you and one other person. And he started using like good segues, like, hey, let me ask you this, and he was asking people questions and letting people elaborate on things. So I know when I got up there, it was more of a conversation amongst everybody rather than just people talking about, just talking over each other. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Do you think that maybe the presence of certain people influences that?
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, because I can be on a panel with certain people that I don't really care for, but if it's in a certain atmosphere on a certain channel, they act accordingly. But when I go into a different channel or whatever, that's when they start cutting up and acting different. So yeah, people know how to act when it's time. You know what I'm saying? I honestly I haven't blocked, so like from chats and stuff like that, so I can't even see what he's saying. But apparently other people were just like, damn, they were telling me about the things that he was saying to me or about me in the chat. So I mean, like I said, he was being a good boy for you, but you know what I'm saying, when he's left to his own devices, he is back to the same old two-step. But yeah, so I mean, if you want to give credit because he knows how to act in public, and
notice I said when I came up. I noticed that when I came up. I'm not saying it was because of me or anything, but when I came up there, it seemed like the conversation was just moving around the panel in a respectful. It just seemed a little more respectful than it was earlier.
Yeah, he did. El Boogie said I had dog hair.
Man, there was some foul shit when he said that dumbass shit.
Wow.
Like I said, I couldn't even see. Well, I saw that one a little late because, like I said, I normally keep the comments closed down so I can stay focused on the actual conversation. But then, like, Rogue kept like asking me. She was asking me questions on purpose because she was seeing his comments and this, that, and the third. So that's when I opened it up, and I was like, "This nigga, man, he wants me to be biracial so bad." And that's why I'm just like, I could tell like what he's surrounded by ain't much, you know what I'm saying? Because people who are used to seeing attractive people, success and all that, like they don't be tripping out when people don't get, you know what I'm saying? When they actually get around that shit. Like, I don't know. Every time he gets around attractive women, it could be T or Mo Love or anybody, he always acts this way. And it's I don't know. I've learned to expect it. And that's why it gets a little bit disappointing, because it's just like when people act like they don't know what he's going to do, you know what I'm saying? Or what his character is. And okay, well, let's just give him a chance. Let's just hear him out. No, give him a chance to what? Just keep disrespecting? Because that's always going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But
Oh, sorry.
no, you're good.
I was gonna say though, kind of say on that though, because sometimes he wants me to be white so badly, because sometimes he refers to me as white, because sometimes though with me that I fade in and out, so I'm brown, right? Sometimes I get light, sometimes I look dark. Wants me to look white though. I ain't white though. I got no white in me.
Right. No, I feel you. It's ignorance and
One second.
huh? Oh.
To somebody else. I had to mute quickly because I was talking to someone else. But yeah, I do try to catch them streams. Like I type in chat and then after that I hit to sleep. Because, by the time when you guys are live, I pretty much like it's late night and it's time for me to sleep. So I have to catch the replays and stuff.
Yeah, well, I think the replays are better sometimes than the live situation.
I prefer when it's actually live though.
Okay. What was you gonna say, Big Dog?
I was about to say.
Hey, hold on,
I was about to say.
Sorry, I forgot to mute.
Okay.
Now I was about to say maybe individuals like that never had good success with women that's attractive like y'all. And so maybe they have a disdain because they never had that success. So every time they see a woman like you or Mo Love or whoever, they feel some type of way because they done tried to get at you, they tried to shoot their shot at you, and then they bricked. So now they mad at you because you never gave them a chance.
I mean, I definitely I understand that mindset exists. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, wow, I'm not used to, like, I don't know, I guess being exposed to it, you know what I'm saying, so much, or for somebody to just be, I don't know, like every time I could be up there minding my business, you understand? And this nigga will still find a way to work me into the goddamn equation. I'm just like, nigga, I'm not even talking to you. Like, you know, it's just, I don't know, it's crazy to me. It's got to be like chaos, you know, on repeat in his head. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, God bless the children. Because I couldn't imagine living that way. You know what I'm saying? Just being obsessed and thinking that, you know, so negatively about myself, about people who look like me, you know what I'm saying? About complete strangers. Like, that shit crazy. That's just crazy. But yeah, I definitely, oh my God, especially when he found out that I had biracial children. Oh my God. That's why I was like, oh, that's the trigger for him. Because I ain't give him none. You feel me? Like, because I don't have no black. Like, that's not the real issue. But I can see, like, you know, what you're saying, because it's more about exposure. And I guess if he got dissed or if he gets turned down by a certain type of woman, now he's trying to flex on all the pretty women. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all y'all. It's funny. But I'm learning what to expect. But like I said, I was quiet for about a good 5 minutes, man. But then I was just like, okay, he's taking this whole topic, this whole show that I helped curate, I helped host, into a whole different, into the JP show. And that's when I'm like, this is not what this was supposed to be about. You know what I'm saying? So that's when I respond. And then that's when he responds with disrespect. So that's just who he is, how he is. I don't think anybody is going to be good enough, pretty enough, or whatever for this nigga to actually act right. Is it just him?
Well, think about it like this too, LA, right? Because you bartend, so you know. So it's kind of like a club, right? You can have the type of club that has an age requirement, like some are 18 and up, some are 21 and up, some are like 25 and up. You can have, you know, in it, you know, like make people pay admission, you know, like you can make people pay admission or admission to a certain time or whatever. And then there are other clubs that are going to have a strict dress code, you know, that's enforced or whatever. So I compare panels to the same thing. When you're doing the control panel where people are either invited or you're sending the link out just to your subscribers or your supporters or in your Discord or whatever, you know, then you're usually going to get a certain type of conversation. But then when you drop that link open and say it's an open panel where anybody can click it, now you never really know who's going to show up.
Right.
It's just like a club that has no, you know, you got a $2 admission, no strict dress code, and we ain't even checking IDs unless you buying drinks. Ain't no carding at the door, you know, only carding at the bar. So now all of a sudden, hey, we got some of any and everybody in here, and just like any other club, that raises the likelihood of somebody getting shot or stabbed. It's just, is what it is.
There you go, T.
Like, let's keep it real.
Yeah,
when you let anybody in,
I call it virtually slapped.
Happen.
But yeah.
You know, when there's no pat down, people start coming in with the heaters.
No, that's facts though. You got anything on the topic, Reese?
I came in kind of late. I don't even know what your topic is. I'm picking up on what you're saying. You're probably talking about an old show where somebody got at you. I didn't see it.
Well, yeah. Well, you know what? I've been a part of like the ladies show on Wednesdays on Witch Doctors panel for the past couple months, and then Thursday we've been doing the Tough Talk Thursday. So I was going over the last night's episode, but also just kind of just talking about different formats of shows and stuff like that, how I want to move forward. I'm only like 900 hours away from monetization. So that's why I'm just trying to get these little watch hours up or whatever, but definitely want to kind of reevaluate how I move or run things in the future. So it's just kind of just, you know, all over the place, just sharing personal experience, what worked for us, what didn't work for us, etc. So you good, whatever, whenever you want to get in here or whatever, just, let me know.
I'm following y'all though.
Okay. So last night we were talking about, I guess, what people prioritize in relationships. You know what I'm saying? Are they looking at mostly the attractiveness, or are they paying attention, or are they being, or the awareness, the person who is self-confident, that person who has some type of boundaries, or or standards to themselves, great communication, stuff like that. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, attraction is what gets these pairs together around the world, right? And then everybody waits after that to start worrying about other sentimental shit, right? We're doing everything in reverse. There's just a million different ways to say it. Everybody's been talking about it for years. We're doing everything in reverse.
Yeah. And then complaining about it, like, we don't know that 2 + 2 = 4, not 5. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I feel you. That's definitely one thing that we went over. So it's like that awareness is what keeps the connection going, but the attractiveness is what pulls you in initially. Yeah.
I'm gonna give y'all some chronicles since I hit the link, and feel free for anybody to say whatever you want about it. When I was younger, I wanted to have kids. I wanted to have my kids with a certain kind of woman. And for a minute, I wouldn't even date or go around any woman unless it was that tight, because of what was going on around me. I didn't want my kids to suffer through the same BS that I was watching people around me go through, right? With the colorism. Colorism was at an all-time high when I got to sexual maturity in the 80s, mid-80s. It was at an all-time high, and it was dangerous and violent. I didn't want my kids to go through all that nonsense and be teased, so I only dated women with beautiful hair that were mixed and whatever. I fell into that. So here we are today, and I regret it.
Damn.
I mean, if I can even add to that, like, yeah, that's not. I personally don't like that. But it's real, and I shout out to Reese from Philly for just admitting that a lot of folks won't. And it's not even because they can; it's because they don't notice. Like I've always been taught, like I was raised to, just see past. I mean, of course, you don't want to deal with somebody that's unattractive because that's not cool. But at the same time, what's attractive is substance, and all of that. So even as far as the whole good hair thing, and we were talking about that before. Like, there's no such thing as good hair. Your hair is your hair. Your hair is only bad if you don't take care of your hair. If your hair ain't clean and it's not, it's not done, and you're not comfortable with it. If it's falling out, you got bald spots and whatever, then it's not good. But as long as you take care of your hair, anybody's hair is good hair. So I was never taught that. Now, of course, some people are gonna have a hair texture to some people that's just gonna be a little more attractive than that of others. But that's more of like a preference thing, But I try to see. I always told people just see more than just the external, because if you don't recognize the substance in people, it's usually because you lack substance yourself. So you can't be surprised when you end up deceived when somebody just puts on an act, because they can just fake who they really are underneath, and then it just changes up one day. And the reason why they're able to fake it is because you wasn't looking at it in the first place. You was just looking at the external stuff.
Right.
Yeah. Let me piggyback out Auntie right fast. That's something I've been saying on my channel for for about a month or so. It's like, don't when you say here, when men sit up here and say they give pretty women a pass for their bad behavior, why are you surprised when they do you dirty? You feel what I'm saying? It's like you sit up here and say the pretty women, you give them a pass because it's cute and all that good shit right there. And the women that's not attractive, you hard on them. But the women that's pretty, they do you dirty quicker than the women that's unattractive to you. And then you mad at all women because the pretty one you let get the pass did you dirty, and now you want to be hard on all the women because the pretty women did you dirty.
Yep. And I had even, like I said, even mentioned earlier, I'm saying, like, you got to take a little bit more. People need to take a little bit more responsibility, you know, in the roles that they play. You know what I'm saying? In these situations, you know, you have to admit, like similar to Reese, like, you know, you have to admit to yourself, like, what was your motivation in the beginning to do a certain thing? You know what I'm saying? Because once you're more honest with yourself with that, then like the whole expectation / you know, versus disappointment thing becomes like a little bit easier to deal with. Go ahead, Reese.
I didn't get a whole story, right? So
Let's go.
I eventually outgrew that, right? So the mother of my third child, I started dating women that wasn't necessarily fit my standard of beauty, right? What I was looking for. So I lowered my I don't like using words like that, but to make y'all understand, I lowered my standards, right? And started dating some women that I ordinarily wouldn't. And I noticed one thing. Their lips felt just as good, their behinds felt just as good, their bodies felt just as good, their hair was like okay, and everything was okay with them the way it was with the other women. And I realized I was being kind of silly. So I switched it up a little bit. And the mother of my third child, 6 feet tall, black as the street, and looked like she just jumped off the back of a wildebeest. Not kidding you. And I love her to death to this day.
A wildebeest. Oh my God.
Or whatever they ride over there.
Oh my God.
I don't see no horses over there, so.
Man. That is crazy. No, but you know, I totally understand. Like, you know, and even like with my situation, I know that's you know, in terms of, you know, some people want a certain look, or, you know, they want their kids to have a certain like type of hair or whatever. That honestly wasn't even like a concern of mine. You know what I'm saying? Like in my situation, even though I see how it could be assumed, you know, as such, right? Because like I said, he was a person from a different race, but it just, like I said, it just happened to happen that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's when I realized that I can connect with not only just Black men, but men in general. You know what I'm saying?
LA, you might be mature and all that now, but if you saw me with my shirt off, something would happen in your body.
Oh,
so nature is not, you're not going to be able to erase that. It's good to hear that you had this maturity. You can ignore that.
Y'all hear him? He said
he said what he said.
That's a fact. I'm arrogant like that. I could literally do it right now live.
Well, damn.
I can literally do it right now.
And I would request and ask that you don't, at least.
No, I wasn't talking to you at all.
Big dog up here, but I'm just saying we on the panel too, and we prefer not. Yeah,
that's the reason why I didn't do it.
Thank you.
Oh my good. Well, no. Well, it comes up later in this episode, but oh my goodness.
I'm not gonna gaslight the
pause. Was on that box wine last night. We was like, whoa, buddy.
Yeah, buddy. He with the shit last night.
Man, did you watch the whole thing?
I ain't watch all of it. I was doing some other shit. I caught what I can catch.
Child.
He was on that other shit last night.
Man, yeah, that's why we was just like, wow, like, I don't know. It was it was just like, yeah, no, sir. No. It's not what we
care about having plants in the background?
Huh?
You care about having plants in the background?
No, you good.
All right.
You good. Damn. I mean, I don't know. Attractiveness is like, okay, I can appreciate a nice body, but at the same time, what else you got? You know what I'm saying? Like, I think maybe because it's just I'm over the outside exterior. You know what I mean? Like, it's something that I would have to be attracted to, but it don't have to be, you know what I'm saying? It's not at the same importance level as like when I was younger. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking for the good, you know, person, like I said, with good character, good, you know, shows that he's a good parent. You know what I'm saying? Just has different types of qualities now. So yeah, I might you take that shirt off. I'm like, oh, okay, that's what's up. But you know, it's not gonna make or break nothing over here. Oh my goodness. But see, like I said, I learned just how to kind of like prioritize differently, because you know, them pretty faces and shit, they'll get you in trouble. All right, let me pull this back up. Why does it keep
medium ugly niggas, and they man is medium ugly, then and and they don't mind that medium ugly man. Why wouldn't another woman want a medium ugly man, especially if he has a cute woman? You know that when a woman sees a man with a cute woman, when a woman sees a man with a cute woman, she automatically thinks there got to be something special about that man that got that cute woman, and she want to find out what it is. She want to find out what it is.
Thank you. That's a fact.
Because these women, not the only women in the world, they said that, and I believe them. What I'm saying is that, again, risk mitigation. The less attractive your person is, the less chances they're going to be able to get someone else. And that's just a fact. Not saying they can't get someone else. The less attractive a person is, the less chances they can get someone else. Therefore, if cheating is like your eye pulling out thing, you're going to go for someone with the less.
No president had how many baby mamas?
I believe the reason why I believe the reason why I believe what he's saying, and y'all was full of shit earlier when y'all talking about competing for the mirror. Y'all talking about competing with other women. That is what y'all actually talking about.
No, that's not what we said. That's not what we said.
But I do have a question.
So, wait, so if you and your man got to compete for a mirror, y'all could buy another mirror.
No, let me ask you a question real quick. Why do y'all think women, because y'all really just think y'all be the only ones competing for the opposites. Why do y'all think women don't compete?
Because y'all said y'all don't.
Wait a minute.
Not y'all, but that's constantly, I can show you 1,000 videos right now, women screaming, I don't compete for no man.
All right, this is another point
you
of
can pause it.
Yeah. This is another point of contention, the whole competing thing. What you got, Etsy?
Well, no, this is why I don't really like the blanket statement. So I would agree with what Unc said up there, but to a degree, like, okay, the less attractive that someone or the less appealing someone is to multiple people, it doesn't mean that their chances of getting somebody are lower. It just means that their options, you know what I'm saying, their options out in the world or on the dating market are slimmer, you know, but their same chances of getting with somebody are pretty much the same. They just might not have as many options to choose from. But if you've only got 4 or 5 different people in your local area as opposed to 100, since you can only choose one, your chances are the same because you still have to have that same level of attraction. You know, that like the other person still has to be attracted to you. You got to be attracted to them. Y'all got to be able to vibe. Timing got to be right. It's nice if that person isn't taken already. So it doesn't mean that somebody's chances of getting, because you see unattractive people with attractive people physically all of the time, and attraction is subjective. Like, it's subjective because just like a reset, I could be attracted to, you know, your complexion, your hair, you know, your booty, whatever, and old boy might just be attracted to your mind. It's just how you talk to him, you know. Right place, right time. A lot of different things, the way you wear your clothes. It could just be, so attraction is subjective, like that's really in the eyes of the beholder, you know, right there. So what Big Dog considers attractive, I might be like, ill, like for real. I don't even notice that. Same with Reese right here. It might be the same thing. What I consider attractive, he might be like, look, that ain't my thing, you know. But I might just see something in that chick that he doesn't see, or I just see it in a different way. And a lot of times, the most attractive quality for me, the most attractive quality in a woman or characteristic is her attraction to me.
No, I definitely.
Attraction is subjective.
No, I definitely agree with that. I agree with that. That's why I was like, even when it comes to the competing thing, like, I don't know. When I was younger, you know, of course, like, you know, you're dealing with the hormones and the immaturity and all that stuff. So I'm not trying to make myself like sound holier than thou or whatever. But when you're like a late bloomer and, you know what I'm saying, you hang out with friends who get more attention than you kind of learn how to deal with shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So that was more of like my situation. And like, if a guy was talking to my homegirl, then like, you know, you better not come try to talk to me, you know what I'm saying, after you find out that I'm the cool without the group. You know what I'm saying? Like, now that you know that my personality is bomb, now you want to, you know, try to talk to me and stuff. Like, you already chose, you know what I'm saying? And I can tell just by, you know, my friend who wanted, you know, my friend who has like the tighter clothes and the more developed body and stuff. That's what you want, you know what I'm saying? So go get that. I've never really felt the need to compete in, I guess, like in that fashion, you know what I'm saying? You back up there? Hold on, I got you, Reese. Give me a second. Where are you at? There you go. Yeah, because everybody's not going to be for you. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're just meeting somebody off of physicality. You don't know anything about them. You know what I mean? To be sitting there and trying to compete with an unknown product. Like, you don't know. It's like you're trying to, it's like bidding on a mystery box.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's why I say, like, the even though you may be more attractive to more people, I'm not gonna say that the odds of you being with somebody are higher, because usually you're only courting or allowing to court you but so many people at a time. But so
Mhm.
many.
Right.
Especially as a woman, usually y'all are dealing with one, maybe one and a half, two dudes or whatever. When I say that, you got one dude in the friend zone, one
Right.
dude that, hey, you know what I'm saying? Another dude that, hey, is kind of like off and on, and then another one that you kind of like, but you waiting on him to say the right thing. Whatever the case may be, you can take more on that. So yeah, there might be 50 different dudes that want you, but really only 3 of them, or one or one and a half of them actually have a chance.
Yeah. Okay. Tell me, I got a situation, a real life situation, because I actually go outside from time to time. Okay. So I was at my daughter's volleyball game, or she had a tournament, right? And so there's about, I don't know, six to 8 schools that's up there playing, for, during the day. And so my daughter's team was up, and I basically just like walked over to more closer to her side of the court, so I can get some good pictures, get some good videos, right? And so I guess one of the players' fathers came over to the wall, and he was kind of like, standing near me, right? So we kind of, we were making comments about the people playing, the girls playing and stuff like that. And eventually kind of struck up a conversation, because his daughter is in the same grade as mine. They went to different schools, but make a long story short, he wanted to ask if, if my daughter did play dates, because I had mentioned, there's certain parks up here that have like sand volleyball nets and stuff like that. So I go up there with my daughter, you know what I'm saying, to get some real experience or whatever with playing and stuff. And so he was like, oh, that's a great idea. Maybe we can get them together one day. But the twist was his whole family was there. Like his ex, his son, who is, I think he's 19 or 20. Like they were all there. And like, I don't know. It was just weird for me, because like you sitting here trying to get a number and you talking to somebody else, but like your ex is right there. I don't know. Should that be a red flag? Should that be something that I see as weird? Because I don't know. I was just a little uncomfortable. I normally don't even like to know, off rip who your ex is and stuff like that. And I definitely don't want them knowing who I am when, we're just exchanging numbers type stuff. I don't know. It was just kind of weird.
Was the ex the baby mama?
Yes.
Are they?
Of both of the kids.
Well, shit, that's on you then if you want to entertain them or not.
I mean, okay, so I don't, because of the setting that you guys are in, you're already there, like at volleyball, so that's a co-parenting situation anyway.
Mm-hmm.
You're likely to have both parents co-parenting right there. So I wouldn't say that's but did you say like the follow-up appointment, like the play date or whatever, the ex would be there and all that other stuff? Because that's kind of weird.
Yeah, that'd be weird.
Yeah,
Well,
that's kind of weird, but yeah,
no, they didn't say that the ex was going to be at the play dates or whatever. But like, okay, so if you're in a co-parenting situation, Auntie, would you take that as the moment to be like, you know what, I see this person over there, I'm gonna go holler at her, you know what I'm saying? Or would you wait for a non-co-parenting event to try to mix and mingle with someone?
Yes, I would.
That's how I be rolling.
I've done that. The karate classes, the baseball games, the other functions where the ex is there, I'm there, whatever. That's about the kids. Like that's about the kids. So ain't really none of that.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just different with fathers, because I
don't know, because when I was coaching basketball, I mean, I seen a lot of the co-parenting going on, but the women and the men were shooting their shots at other women and men while watching their sons play basketball. So
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, I'm not gonna say it don't happen. I'm saying I wouldn't do it. I don't think it's an appropriate setting, to really do that. Now, am I gonna turn a woman away if she shoots her shot at me or whatever? Probably not. But that's because I'm a man. But am I gonna just go walk up to, some another chick with my, with my ex-wife right there? You know what I'm saying? And the kids are playing sports and stuff like that. Nah, man, I'm focused on the game. That's really it. And I also know with X right there, man, you never know how they just react. What kind of salt they gonna throw in the game? What kind of slick stuff they'll start saying to each other? You just never know. Never know.
That's why you catch them at the concession stand.
That's how you talking about strategy. Nah, I don't have no strategy for picking up women at no co-parenting situation where it's really supposed to be about the kids.
Yeah, that's what I kind of found like weird about it, because like he even like had her come over and like he was like, that's her daughter, like, that's her daughter right there, number 5. Like, it was just weird. Like, I'm not used to meeting people's kids so fast. You know what I'm saying? And it's just like, I don't know. I know it's not just about no play dates. Let's keep it real. So that's why I was like, I just wanted, I guess, like an outside opinion, because I was just like, this shit awkward.
But LA, y'all share a common interest. Both of y'all have kids that play volleyball.
Yeah, that's one common interest.
Yeah, so it started with a lot of things start up which y'all have in common. Y'all got something in common already.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just,
I mean, if he's actually trying to shoot a shot, or is he really just trying to set up maybe a play date for the kids?
That part.
Because sometimes things are just what the hell they look like.
Well, I mean,
LA.
he asked for a picture, like a selfie, and said no.
LA, you over there being conceited.
What? No, not at all. But I've heard mixed reviews, right? Like right. I don't really date. You know what I'm saying? Like I do here and there, but of course, like for me, I'm keeping my my life separate, my kids, you know what I'm saying, that type of stuff. That's just how me and my family roll. Like we don't bring people home unless we're serious type shit. We don't. My kids don't know Uncle so and so and Uncle this and Uncle that. Like they don't know that. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it's just like I know I'm not making myself available 100%. You know what I'm saying? So that's more of like my dilemma. So it's not being conceited, but like I've listened to like my brother, you know what I'm saying, who is he's in a relationship now with a woman who doesn't have any kids, but he was trying to date this woman who did have kids, and she didn't really have that much of a support system. And like he was just like, it just made me uncomfortable, you know what I'm saying, that she just brought little man everywhere, you know what I'm saying? Like it was just too fast, because like my brother has a son, but he doesn't let everybody meet him, you know what I'm saying, stuff like that. So that was just it's kind of like, for me also, I have to use my awareness to be like, to notice how this person moves, you know what I'm saying, and types of decisions that they make. Like I could tell that he loves his family and stuff, but like he sent me a picture before he asked me for a picture, but it was like the two of them to get like him and his daughter together. And it's like, okay, that's cool, you know what I'm saying? But like when he was like, now send me a picture of you, and it's just like, no, what about the play date? You feel me? Like
old boy's wilding.
Yeah, so it's like, and it's like he's what does he do? He said he's a manager at Lowe's. So that's like, just a, regular, you know what I'm saying, type of dude. He was very nice and, had a smile on his face. But like I said, I got to pay attention to how you're moving, bruh. Like, I think that's important. It even goes back to what we was talking about, like on the Tough Talk last night. You know what I'm saying? It's not just about the looks. It's like awareness, like how this dude is moving, like how he's approaching me, the people that's around. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a tournament. So it was all day. You know what I'm saying? I'm walking back and forth to go to the car. I'm going to the little corner store to get my daughter, snacks and, something to drink, or, get her Chick-fil-A or whatever. So I'm constantly passing the ex. You feel me? Walking back and forth. It just was weird. Like, I don't know. And I've also been in situations like where my ex has let other women know like what I look like and my social media accounts, and then I start getting hit up, you know what I'm saying, by these girls, and I don't like that shit. That's just like somebody having a picture and a profile of you, and they know who you are, but you don't know who they are. They could be anybody type shit. I don't know. Maybe it's partially paranoia, but I just didn't appreciate the way that he was, he did that.
I mean, old boy is just wilding. That's the way I always saw it. That's why those co-parenting situations like that, with the volleyball game, the baseball games, the cheerleading competitions, whatever. Those are healthy because it's all about the children. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have no hidden agenda. Nothing personal about me. Has nothing to do with you or any of the other parents. We're all making it all about the children. They are the stars of the show today.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's it. That's all. Like we are cheering for the kids. We are all on the same team today.
For sure. I mean, even when I saw her, like if my daughter's team wasn't playing and she was playing, I'm cheering for all of them. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's definitely about the kids, and that should be the focus. That's what's like, even like while he was, trying to fit in little words, like I'm looking at the game. You know what I'm saying? And he's still like, saying little stuff, and I'm just like, okay, I'll turn my head to like, to answer him, but then I go back to the game, like, nigga, I'm trying to focus on my focus right now. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. I just wanted the outside.
He was just submitting by track one.
Oh my God. By a baby mama. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Well, all right. Well, thank you for your input. I just had to ask that question because I was just like, damn, like, yeah, it's time and place, buddy. Time and place. But
yeah, I think it's extremely selfish, and it just shows me about somebody's character.
mm-hmm.
You got a lack of focus.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a red flag right there.
You know
it would
what?
just be a red flag.
And this is a good point. No, I totally understand. This reminded me of something that happened on the conversation last night. Nitish was talking about, his how hanging out with his, younger cousins or, his family members and stuff like that. Like I said, can kind of give other women curiosity. It's like using a puppy. You feel me? And I'm just like, damn. So that's your technique. Like that's how you reel them in. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. It was funny, but TMKC says it's just like them using their affiliation to help recruit others. It's beyond weird. That's all just like, when he asks his daughter to come over here, like, I know that you're not introducing me to your daughter right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just weird. Like, are you using her? You know what I'm saying? And she was very articulate and beautiful and bright. And, she, yes, Dad. And, you know what I'm saying? Had one of those sweet little voices. I was like, oh, you know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, don't get caught up, Lauren. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because some people do use children, animals, whatever, to lure people in or get them comfortable, or to be like, hey, look, see, I have a gentle side. I have a parental side. You know what I'm saying? Like, that was a good point.
Like, and don't get me wrong, I would feel the same way about even like a work setting. Like, don't come to me during, work, not during business hours, work hours. Either say something to me like once everybody's splitting, we're all leaving for the day and whatever. I'll get up with you later, if any. Like, we'll just talk later. So just be straight up front, honest about your intentions, but doing it in the right place. Like when we're all splitting, everybody's going to their cars and all of that other stuff. Hey, be straight up. I'd like to talk to you about a few things. You mind? Whatever. Can we exchange numbers? Just be honest and then move on. Then move on. And then when me and you are able to talk away from the kids, then that's when we'll talk away from the kids. But for now, I'm not even saying that it's not even just a red flag. It's kind of insulting, because while everything's going on, not only is your attention taken away from the damn kids, you're trying to take my attention away from the kids.
Nigga, that's what I was saying. That's why I was like,
That's
I answered your question and I'm going back to the game. Like, yeah, exactly.
Feel me? That's insulting right there. Yeah.
What did I
miss? That's
what did I miss? I had to go to the door right fast. What did I miss?
Oh, we still just talking about pretty much like, you know, like how
Not the
old
same
boy,
situation.
yeah, like how old boy approached me. Like I said, we kind of he called his daughter over there like to us and stuff, and like he was just like, how old do you think she is? And I'm just like, oh my god. So now I'm playing the guess the age game and shit. She just standing there looking at. I'm just like, is he using his daughter? God damn it! Like, you know what I'm saying?
But LA, this is the thing though. Like I said, when I was in them environments at AAU tournaments and all that right there, you just so happen to be one of them women that's not thirsty and looking for attention at a volleyball game.
And also probably one of the only, like, there wasn't a lot of black people up there.
That too. So, you know, just by, was he a black man, white man, or what?
Oh, he's a black man.
So there it is. Like, it ain't too many of y'all up in there, and then he feels some type of, you know, bond because he see another sister in the volleyball game, and he trying to get to know her. Because like I said, in a basketball environment, it's black and white in basketball environment. But if you're not one of them women that's in there trying to show off the goods in front of coaches and possible fathers up in there, then it is what it is. But a lot of women in my environment was thirsty. They showing their ass, showing their titties and shit like that. And it's like, later, your son out there getting dunked on, and you in the crowd trying to hop up and down so your titties be flopping everywhere and shit. So if you're not in that environment, if you're not thirsty, if you're not looking for attention, then yeah, you like, I'm trying to watch my daughter spike on somebody, you know what I'm saying? But if you're in the environment like, I'm looking for a nigga, then yeah, you would have been all up on old boy when he was shooting his shot.
You think so?
I know so.
But that's not what you were there for.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what, she wasn't there to be looking for no dude. She was there actually cheering her daughter on in a volleyball game.
But
that's the way I see it. I'm like, I'm my kid's biggest cheerleader.
Yeah,
you know, right there. But you know, during the game, just like you mentioned, the AAU, whatever. My son used to play Little League and all of that. Like I'm paying attention to everything. You know, the stuff that we done practiced, worked on. I'm looking at his mindset, his demeanor, how he's interacted with his teammates, and also I'm cheering for the other teammates too.
Right.
Like, we paying attention to all of that stuff because we like it's a sporting. It's a sporting event, so like sportsmanship, teamwork, and all of that stuff is really the concern right there. You know, not me trying to get with some chick that's right there.
That's supposed to be the whole point, is you going there to support your son, your daughter, and whatever they're doing. But you know, like I know, you have individuals up there with hidden agendas.
Yeah, obviously. I think me and the other, like, you know, parents from the team, we talk more, you know what I'm saying? I'll talk to them because we're, you know, trying to coordinate and, okay, we'll go ahead and get we'll get the girls some Chick-fil-A, just write down and ask them what they want, you know what I'm saying? So we more like we focused on something else. Like, I don't know. I don't think I ever would go to one of my kids' things, because like one thing about like, yes, our situation is like, I don't have a co-parenting situation. Like, it's just me. So it's very important for me, you know what I'm saying, to make sure that I pay attention and, you know, support my daughters as much as possible, because they don't have, you know what I'm saying, that dad that's going to be showing up. You know what I'm saying? My brothers, you know, her uncles will, and even their girlfriends will come, and, you know, but we all sit together and we pay attention because, you know what I'm saying, that's just one thing that, you know, they don't have that other parent. I can't be macking, you know what I'm saying, while
LA
is cheering for baby girl.
But this was something I told guys a long time ago. It's like, if you go to a sporting event, I said majority of sporting events, there's nothing but baby mamas there. There's not a lot of married women at these sporting events. There's a lot of single women with sons that's cheering their sons on, whether it's football or basketball or whatever sport it is. And I'm like, if you really want to get a woman at a sporting event, chances are you might get one. You just have to deal with her son.
I think in basketball, for sure. Like in the area, in the school that my daughter goes to, a lot of those kids actually can like walk home. You know what I'm saying? The school is surrounded by subdivisions and stuff like that. So a bunch of 2-parent households when it comes to that. So that's not really the volleyball out. Maybe it's just a sport. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, football or basketball might be a little different. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
volleyball. I went to like when my daughter was playing volleyball. It was like it wasn't that many people at a volleyball game when she was playing volleyball.
Mm-hmm.
But it's for my son when he played football and basketball. It was a lot of people at the football and basketball game. And just like I said, just about me coaching, I could see it. That's why I used to tell guys like, if you really were looking for a woman, you might have to be with a single mama at a basketball game. They in there. I know they in there.
So you would encourage them to look there.
If you really as a man, if you really looking for a woman for whatever, go to a basketball, go to a high school basketball game, go to an AAU tournament. They're there. They just got kids.
Mm-hmm.
So depending on what you want as a man, it will depend on what you want. If you want something short term or long term, that's all on you. But they got a son or two. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I would tell them dudes, hey, get into coaching.
Yeah.
Get into coaching.
Yeah.
Sponsor a team, whatever. Have a damn reason to be there. Don't just go there for the women. Have like, you know, have something that have a reason to be there. Like that starts with the actual kids.
Yeah,
with the players. Because if it starts with the women, if you there for the wrong reasons, chances are you gonna get the wrong experience with the wrong woman. I guarantee.
I'm just saying, like as far as the spectator, if you're a spectator, you know, like when I got in the coach, because my son was playing. So I saw it because when just like me having training sessions, one-on-one sessions, and all that right there, a lot of single mamas used to come up to me talking about, "Oh, you'll train my son," and then. And when I said the prices on what I do for training, it was like, "Oh, well, you know, hit me with some old little shit," and I'm like, "Look, I need the money. I don't give a fuck about your booty. I need the money." You know what I'm saying? So that was like Auntie saying, is like if you really in it for the love of the game and trying to help develop young boys and young girls, and yeah, go ahead and do this shit. But if you're just trying to do it to get women, then you're doing it for the wrong purposes. But if you're a spectator, if you just like watching basketball or whatever the case may be, then go ahead. But if you go into the coaching for getting women, then you're doing it for the wrong reason.
LA.
Yo.
If you hear a man on this planet that says he's into coaching for anything other than women, that is a fucking liar. Married or not.
I'm disagreeing with you right there.
Gotta disagree.
No. You might be speaking from your own perspective or the perspective of those that you're used to being around, but to try to blanket that as far as any men, that's not true. That's not true at all. Some people just literally have an affinity for that game that they probably played when they were children or played semi-pro or on a collegiate amateur level, whatever. And the love of the game is there, especially nowadays when you talking like I know Big Dog was talking about the AAU circuit and stuff like that. Like we done seen the way the game then evolved and the not what it used to be with just basketball and stuff. So there are a lot of dudes that are getting back into that to teach the kids the fundamental aspects of the game because they have lost a lot of that, you know. So yeah, if women come out of that, that's cool. That's a nice bonus. But we really there to make sure that the game is left in a better place than how we found it. That's the way I know. That's the way I was taught coming up.
Exactly.
You know?
I could be wrong, but I did notice one thing, right?
I don't give a damn about women when I'm coaching or teaching basketball. Like I don't care unless I'm teaching women's basketball.
I did notice one thing though. I play ball with young boys all the time, every day down there. I ain't never seen no coach not one single time go to the court and literally actively get involved with the young boys that play ball. And I'm talking about boys from Camden High School, from their basketball team. I've never seen it. I've been balling 55 years.
It's anecdotal.
Yeah, it's anecdotal.
And you've never seen what?
A coach comes up to the courts.
I've never seen a coach come up to the courts, put on his ball sneaks and his shorts, and bleed with the young boys. I've never seen it. Until late after they were retired or something like that.
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not trying to. I'm not at 42 years old, bro. I'm not trying to get out there with no 19-year-olds.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was like.
I'm about to pull something. I'm about to tear something. No, for real. I'm not even trying to get out there.
What about 25 or 35?
I mean, I'm willing to play with them, but like I said
none.
Young boys.
You want to get involved? You want to get involved with a young man's life? Go where he goes and live his experience.
But
remember when you heard that?
No, I'm just saying, as far as like the fundamental aspects of the game, making sure that their stance is proper, showing them the defense is played, what I'm saying, with your feet, not with your hands, all of those different things. Like, yeah, we're going to, helping the helper, talking on the court and stuff like that. Like, a lot of us still, still see those things because that's the way we were taught. And we know that a lot of young dudes have lost their way because they just see what's on TV and they see what's sexy. Everybody's shooting threes, ain't nobody guarding nobody.
Right.
It's just different. It's a lot of hero ball now. And yeah.
Cause one of my things, what I you tell them every season, like, man, this is not 2K. We're not finna do that my career shit. No, not that shit. Not over here. But like Andy was saying, it's like I had assistant coaches to go out there and play with them boys. I'm like, man, I'm not gonna get out there and run up and down the court with you young niggas. Y'all crazy as hell. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna run this, show you this defense, show you this offense, and then you're gonna run it. You're gonna run it. If you ain't gonna run it, sit your ass down.
Bro, best coach I ever had was a fat, out of shape old dude that I know damn well he'd have fell on his face. He tried to run half of the damn suicide that he used to have us running. Like, he couldn't go out there and play with us, but he was literally the best coach I ever had. Had us in the best condition possible, taught us how to see the game, in both a cerebral way, play as a team, all of that stuff. Like, he literally put the medicine in the food. So, shout out to him. This was a fat, old, out of shape dude. I'm pretty sure he was no joke back in his day, but I wouldn't know. So
I went to high school. I went to high school. Hold on, just real quick. I went to high school like right outside of Ferguson, Missouri. Okay, so it was like, it was a nice area, but it was on the borderline. We even ran against East St. Louis girls. You know what I'm saying? That's y'all know that's kind of like a rougher area, right? So our coach actually for the track team was the varsity football coach. I'm talking about big belly, everything, but this nigga had us on point. Yep. You know what I'm saying? Broke us off into different groups. I was a sprinter, so we would do at least like 2 days of like strength training, the circuit training in the gym. You know what I'm saying? Then he'd have, but then also similar to what who was bringing in assistant coaches and stuff, because that's the reason why they make people captains and stuff like that, because they ain't running out there. They ain't practicing handoffs and blocks with your ass, but the young people, the upperclassmen who they feel like, can handle the job, they'll have them kind of run drills with you and stuff like that.
Yep.
Sorry, go ahead, Reese.
Y'all familiar with the term lead by example?
Absolutely.
That's why I brought up the example of me playing ball with the young boys and never seeing a coach.
I mean, definitely if you play with them, like, yeah, shit, like, that's awesome.
So anybody who's coaching the young men playing a sport should be good at that sport and be able to show them instead of just doing a bunch of this shit.
I mean,
I don't know, man.
You think Phil Jackson was up there guarding? You think Phil Jackson was guarding Kobe Bryant and Michael Jordan one-on-one during them practices?
Phil Jackson was active, and he's an NBA champion, by the way.
Yeah, he was active, but he was not on that damn court guarding no damn body. Now, granted, I agree with what you're saying. Somebody like Steve Kerr, yeah, he's in practice shooting with them boys. He was a shooter. That kind of never goes away. But I refuse to believe that Phil Jackson was trying to guard Kobe Bryant to show everybody how it's done. Hell
well,
no.
All right. I'll give you that, but you got to pay attention when I talk. I said should. I didn't say they were. I said they should be.
Or even somebody like a Larry Brown, for example, who preaches playing the right way. I'm pretty sure he wasn't out there with Chauncey Billups and Rip Hamilton. He was just teaching the X's and O's and the mindset of the game. So I understand what you're saying. Yeah, you lead by example, but just like LA said, that's why you appoint the right team captain. You have the right assistant coaching staff and everything. But that head coach, their job is to delegate responsibilities, make sure everybody's in the right place and their mindset is where it's supposed to be. Bill Belichick ain't out there hitting and taking hits.
Yeah, they would be in bad shape when it was game time, saying game day. They be hobbling on the side of the court because they got sprains. You know what I'm saying? They would have to run drills with everybody. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, you got to split that up and delegate it to somebody else.
I can't disagree with none of that, but I still think it should be someone who can do those things. Should is the word that y'all keep ignoring. I didn't say anybody is doing any of that, or I'm saying they should be.
Well, just in my personal case, it's like my son, he was a better offensive player than I ever was. I was a defensive minded player. All I knew was rebound and get steals and shit like that. So when I'm coaching him, I can't teach him offense because I didn't know offense. I didn't know how to put him in place on offense, but I can't shoot. I can
teach him defense though, right?
I taught him defense, but the thing was, he didn't want to play defense. He just wanted to shoot because he was a good shooter. And I'm like, well, bro, I can't do nothing with you as a player if you won't play both sides of the ball. Like I can only show him, like when I had my little shooting camps with him on Saturday mornings, we be the first people in the gym. And he shoot 2 hours a day. I'm not gonna try to change your shot. None of that type of shit. I'm like, you're gonna shoot 1,000 shots a day though with that ugly ass shot of yours. So you get it right.
Real.
And that's
what I'm saying. Like you know just the drills. You know exactly how form is supposed to be. It's like, look, I might not be out here shooting with you, but I'm the one holding up the broomstick, so you shoot over that.
I'm setting up the chair, the cones, the broom. I'm doing.
That's what I'm saying. Like for real.
But when it comes down to rebounding and defense, I look at him, I'm like, bro, your ass won't go guard nobody to save your life. And you expect me because you're my son to let you play the whole game. I'm like, bro, I need somebody to stop somebody. You ain't nothing but a shooter. Sit your ass down till you learn how to play defense. And I done seen that boy cry a many a game because he's like, Dad, I'm your coach right now. I'm not your dad. I'm your coach. When you learn how to play defense, I put your ass up out there. When I need some defense, I need some defense. You ain't gonna play defense, sit your ass down. You want to shoot the ball? We in the blowout, get your ass out there. Shoot as many 3 points you want. I don't give a fuck. Shoot the motherfuckers. I don't give a damn.
I mean, like I said, I'm not gonna disagree with Reese entirely. Yeah, I mean, if you can still get out there, because I had a high school basketball coach that was kind of like that too. You know what I'm saying? He was in, you know what I'm saying, ex-college star and all of that. And he used to be out there like getting physical with the rest of us, and he was probably tougher than most of the players on the team. Most of the players on the team, just tougher to deal with. Great scorer, great defender. You know what I'm saying? He was still a decent athlete and everything. And then,
you know why I say that?
I've had other coaches that they just sit there and point them fingers, and that's it, bro. You ain't doing things. They just tell you to run. I don't know if that dude could have ran 12 feet without falling and losing breath and passing out. But anything you do, man, he tell you to run. And that was like one of the best coaches I ever had. So I swear by that dude's coaching style. It really depends on your coaching style.
You play basketball?
Yeah, I play basketball. I play volleyball. I play baseball too.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'9". I mean, yeah.
I was gonna come up with a joke, but I know some niggas that are 5'9" that are savages.
There you go.
Yeah, I thought you were taller than 5'9".
You're talking to one of them.
Well, you said you don't ball no more, so I don't.
Nah, bro. Last time I played ball, bro, I had this weird pain in both of my Achilles.
Yeah, you know what I might do? I might go on tour. I might go on tour and start coming to see all you niggas and just trash y'all one by one and make a big compilation for a whole hour of me just busting Fight Club niggas' asses on the court.
I'm not a Fight Club nigga.
Yeah, I bet I'm not a Fight Club.
Yeah.
You've been adopted, nigga. You are. Like it or not.
Nah.
You're around us. You're
like
us.
I said, my time in these spaces predates Fight Club. And
me too.
also succeeds Fight Club. So I was here before that shit came around, and I'm still here after it's gone. So I refuse to be identified with that shit.
I was too, but I can't lie. I do live, breathe, and eat Fight Club. I was there watching y'all for years before I ever hit the link.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, was it a cool setting and everything? I thought it was, but at the same time, it's just something that came and went, and whatever. It was just a show, so that's cool. But hey, we in the arena of content creation, so let's be
what
creative.
Anton Daniels did was kind of all right because he gave people a platform to voice their opinions, strongly, and really let yourself go. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, if you say so.
He did.
I mean, I would say that had been done before, and actually had been done in better settings. If you want to go back to things like the Coliseum, the Sunday Rumbles, stuff like that.
The Sunday Rumble turned into a shit show really quickly. The Sunday Rumble turned into a shit show really quickly, and it didn't last long.
Yeah, but a lot of people were able to build large platforms.
That's a fact.
And on top of that, like people that had platforms were able to go and meet and get, not just get their shit off, but just show that they were versatile in multiple different arenas. So I can even remember being on Fight Club at times. Motherfuckers' mic gets cut down and shit like that. And you dealing with, like, come on. You know what I'm saying? It was I personally think that shit was watered down. I think that shit was extremely watered down.
It was two different settings, right? But if you look at the money that was generated from Fight Club, you include the money that came into Fight Club, and then all the people that were on there that went on to make channels, and all that money generated, you can almost call Anton Daniels a pharaoh of a sort. You know what I'm saying? You want to talk about?
No.
He made that possible. It's his platform that gave.
He didn't make it possible. It was possible long before that platform was there.
I get what you're saying.
All I'm saying. No, I'm not gonna knock it. You know what I'm saying? It was cool. It was something that a lot of people paid attention to. But that's another thing. I'm gonna make sure that I keep on telling people that show really didn't invent a damn thing.
No. It didn't start.
It innovated very little. As far as these spaces were concerned, it piggybacked off of a lot of things, and it was a cool setting, and there were a lot of people that you didn't know before that now you know. So yeah, a lot of good things came about it, but there are a lot of folks that believe that literally the space didn't exist before that shit was here, and that's not true. Just like you said, the space was here before that shit came. That's one of the reasons why it was able to piggyback off of the D&P talks and the men versus women conversations and topics, because that algorithm already existed.
Honestly, I think all that shit should stop.
But a lot of people think that everything just started right there. It didn't.
No, everybody knows better than that. Everybody knows better than that, though. It didn't start there. Yeah. I'm just saying, this group that we frequent came from that lane, that particular lane. Most of the people whose panels we frequent.
All of these spaces are a derivative of the black sector, which all of this stuff was the black sector, and of course different subsectors and stuff kind of fell off. But that's what you talking about, like it kind of branched off into the pro-black sectors and the black manosphere and all of that other stuff. And then, of course, the Fight Club sector, if you want to call it that, kind of branched off after all of those other sectors were there. So,
believe it or not,
you got a lot of people that are hanging on a branch thinking they own the tree. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you in particular, because I know you've been around since before that too. I seen you around, so I know that, and you know that.
To me. I came to YouTube in like 2007. Yeah, I was on YouTube when they cut off a American soldier's head live in Afghanistan, and then YouTube got popping because of bum fights and ghetto brawls, because it was competing with MySpace and it was losing bad, so they had to ramp things up, so they went crazy, and that brought everybody over to YouTube. I'm about to join y'all, though. I need like 15 subscribers, though.
My bad, y'all. My bad. I was on the road and then I got a phone call and it messed up all my audio. Appreciate y'all holding it down. I'm back. No, they're just the guys, they were trying to hold it down. Sometimes you just run out of stuff to say. I'm back. All right, let me get back, get this review back up here. And okay, it's just me and you. Okay. Sorry, big dog. Thanks for holding it down. Thanks, Auntie. Thanks, Reese.
They do compete.
They absolutely say they don't. You know they do, but they say they don't.
They're lying. Competition. You know that, right?
They're lying. We know that, but they say they don't.
You ever been in a room full of women? They start micro competing with each other on the most microscopic of levels, bro. You notice that shit if you paying attention to it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely do. Yeah.
So you know why that's competition?
Say that one more time.
Do y'all know why saying I'm not going to compete for a man is an act of competition?
Absolutely.
Let me hear it.
Absolutely.
Because I actually do think Izzy might know.
Right. Well, so basically, it's a way of trying to even the playing field without having to like. So this is the thing. Women are very smart, right? And so they understand psychology. So it's basically a reverse psychology tactic. If you don't think that I want you, then you're gonna try to buy for my attention. You're gonna see why I'm not really paying any attention to you like that, even though all the women are. The same thing in reverse with women.
That only works on men with no. That only works on niggas with no hoes.
No, well, actually, that's not true though. Actually, it really works on the men who get the most women because I'm being real with you. I got a quick story. Me and my homies, the first time I went to Miami, a long time ago, my homie was one of the first people I ever knew that had locks, but he had the locks dyed at the end, like blonde at the end, right? Now everybody does that now, but like this is the 90s, so he was one of the first people that had that. And he used to everywhere we went, we all got a lot of attention, right? And so he used to get a lot of attention. But when he was in Miami, I was getting all the attention. So that nigga was hot. That nigga was like, yo. So this girl finally paid him some attention. And you know what I'm saying? And the other girl that was competing with that girl was kind of, and this nigga screams out, about time. So dudes noticed, he wasn't noticing the girl that was paying him attention. He was noticing the girl competing with the girl that was paying him attention. That was kind of trying to play the background. And then he said about time because he knew what time it was. So yeah, a lot of times dudes that get a lot of women, they pay attention to the women who are not really sweating them or not really on them like that. This just
I think that was an exception.
But hold on.
The majority of the time,
I want to say the most. Go ahead. After Uncle, let me. I just.
Yo. I know, Lena. They wasn't they wasn't hearing me though last night, man. That's why I was saying I don't compete for that shit. Like I said, I was such a late bloomer. You know what I'm saying? I was used to, you know what I'm saying, the guys choosing up just because of what they saw on the outside. You know what I'm saying? So I got used to that shit. You know, I was raised, and also my older sister is a burn victim. So like my parents have never really taught me to be like, oh, like, you know, it's all about your looks, honey. Like, no, you better have some character. You better have something else to go with that face, because if something happens or time passes and the beauty fades, you got to have something else. And you're going to expect other things from other people too. You know what I'm saying? So they wasn't feeling me with the whole I'm not competing stuff. But I feel like I don't either. But let's hear what they got as well. Hold on, Reese, because your face is, you reacting like crazy over there. You got any thoughts about the whole women competing thing against each other?
There's no doubt that women compete, but the chicks at the top of the pyramid do not. You can tell by their whole aura.
Like what? Like
women that are extremely confident don't worry about shit like that. They just know they're gonna do their thing. They know it.
So would you equate the girls or the women who fight as being thirsty?
Yeah, definitely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I was just wondering, because like, you know, it seems like the woman's perspective and the man's perspective be totally different, you know, but that's how I be feeling. I'm just like, and so God rest my grandmother's soul, but she told me you don't be going around licking no niggas behind. Basically, like, you don't be doing that shit. You let that nigga choose up. You better be smart. You know what I'm saying? And be able to recognize and take his time and watch you for a second before, or watch anybody for a second before they just decide to walk up to somebody. Because
I don't walk up on nobody.
Oh, you want to be approached?
I told you before up on your panel, you gotta go at me. I might flirt with you and talk some shit, but come up ask you for your number, it will not fucking happen.
No.
I don't care who you are.
So then you gonna take my last name too? If I gotta do all that?
I don't even care about
that. Are you gonna take my last name?
I wouldn't even care. I'm about to legally change my first and last name. None of that shit don't mean nothing to me. Bloodline and lineage and all that shit is bullshit.
Okay, so but you have a lineage, right? You have children, you got family.
It don't mean shit. When I'm dead, it won't mean nothing. They could have kids, and then their kids could have kids, and it don't mean shit.
Damn.
All we doing is creating more slaves, man. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
No matter what
I know the angle that you're coming from. I know where you're coming from.
No matter what you produce, somebody gonna put it to work one day.
So do you think having kids is selfish?
Nah, man, I'm not gonna say that because I don't want to offend nobody. You know what I'm saying? People have kids for different reasons.
Mm-hmm.
So some people are really into that bloodline and carrying their name on and all that. And I think there's like a natural impulse in everyone to keep the group going, to keep humanity going. We're just not doing it the right way. It's in us, right? The impulse is in there naturally, but we live in baby mama culture and child support court and gender war. It's all corrupted. Right now, it's I don't know, man. If you look at the young people, they're paying attention because they're not fucking. They're not having kids. There ain't no young people alive pregnant right now. I've been looking for one. None.
They out there in the country.
Bullshit. You ain't gonna see a pregnant teen nowhere in America.
Maybe not a teen, but I mean, well, it had to. Well, I didn't see them at the time, but like, okay, for example, like I had my kids in Ohio. That's where my family land is. That's where my mama is. So, and that's also where my father's buried. So that's like our hub, you know. But out there, yeah, I remember going back to work and I just wanted something, you know, a quick little, well, easy little job or whatever. I went to the car factories and I met a girl. She was on my line and she was 21, 22 years old and she had 3 kids. A lot of people out there in the country get married out of high school and they start their families early.
Most of the people you see walking around in America right now came from a woman that was under 21. About half of them.
See, look, hold on. We got Big Dog who just became a grandfather. His son's girlfriend is 17.
Okay, I like to have this fun with people, right? I played this game with hundreds of people. So I met in a bar a couple years a grandmother who was 29.
Ooh.
It was her 29th birthday. That's the reason why she was at the bar. She was a grandmother and her grandson was walking. Now you can do some math and mix that up however you want. I didn't finish talking to her to figure everything out, but go ahead and go inside your mind and try to come up with some answers with that. And remember, there's 18 months of pregnancy that we have to automatically subtract from that before we even talk about their ages. We got to subtract the year because the kid is walking. We got to subtract 1 year and we got to subtract another year and a half, right? For the pregnancies, right? Now we can work on the ages when they got pregnant.
Okay.
Half of 29, right? If we want to be friendly and just cut it in half and say they both got pregnant at the same age. Half of 29 is what? That's 14 and a half, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now remember, we have to remove 2.5 years. So now we're down to 12.
And where'd you see this dynamic?
I met her in the bar. She showed me pictures. She was not
around in your area.
Yeah, I went to her house and saw both of them.
Wow. Yeah, man. I definitely don't recommend that. I know that it happens, but you know what I'm saying? It's not happening like it used to.
That's rare. 29-year-old grandmother is rare.
Yeah, that's very rare. That's very rare.
I don't think there's 100 on Earth.
Probably not. Oh, I hope not anyway. Goddamn.
Not with a walking child. Not with a kid that's walking.
That's crazy. 29 years old and you a grandma? Like,
the kid is walking though. That's the crazy part. He's walking. I met.
Let's see here. Yeah.
So look, That's how we populated the world in the last 50 years with really young people. The young people now are not doing it like that. Now, I don't think that's the end of the world. At some point, somebody's going to start having children again, I hope. But for the businesses around the world, that is bad. And it's going to show in about 10 years. Because there's not going to be a new wave of humans to keep everything going the way it has been successively for the past, I don't know how many thousands of years. There's a break right now, and it's happening right now.
Yeah, well, you know, after we go through all these, like, you know, ages, right, and eras and stuff, like, you know, it's mostly societal, you know, it changes stuff. Like, when people were really, you know, having babies a lot, you know what I mean? The economy looked different. Jobs were more abundant. That's when, you know, factories were more American based and things like that. Now we're in the technological era. So a lot of convenience, you know, a lot of distractions, you know, information at your fingertips type of shit. So it would just be more interesting to see where the country and especially like how they, you know, the economy and stuff like that, like what type of dynamic or what type of way would that change the dynamics of how people are treating each other. So I really feel like a lot of it is just because we deal with, you know, the different societal changes and pressures of it that be messing people up, you know, because at the end of the day, people just want you know, they want their TV, their beer, they woman or man, and a good meal. You feel me? Like a lot of people that what they work for, you know what I'm saying? Because they just like, life is hard enough. I just want to have fun. You know what I'm saying?
I can't wait to see what unfolds, man. I can't wait to be 65 and see what the world is like. And all you niggas are still going to be around, hopefully, from YouTube. I can't wait to see what y'all doing.
No, it's hopefully we gonna be on some bigger platforms, you know, and you can be like, I remember when she was just on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? I used to be on her panels all the time. Seriously, shoot, I got stuff in the making. I mean, YouTube is a nice, you know, definitely a nice springboard or whatever, but hopefully it'll be something else a little bit more mainstream, to be honest.
Yo, I called YouTube the devil for at least a decade, and this shit broke me. It broke me.
Broke you, huh?
Yeah, I became, you know, part of this shit. Started watching it all the time. Got a channel now. I'm hitting links. I'm hitting panels. Before, I was like, man, fuck all these motherfuckers.
You know, entered the world of entertainment.
Yeah, I had some fun with y'all, though. I know a lot more about human beings than I ever did before.
Yeah, that's the most interesting thing. You know what I'm saying? This has been a crazy like case study. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I can't appreciate sometimes though, when we're on panels or whatever, and people say, "This is YouTube. This is not the real world." No, they are all wrong. They are wrong. We're just not on the corner together. It is the real world. All these people are real and they're from Earth. Mm-hmm. This is the real deal, dog. And this is how. Everything that happens on these panels happens in real life. I see it in real life.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was crazy when I heard my my daughter told me, I think maybe they was calling each other mammies and pick-me's like back in 5th grade. She's in 7th grade now.
That's crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy. Big Dog, what you think? What do you think about the phrase, you know, this is just YouTube, this is not real? What do you feel about how you feel about that statement? Maybe he's not there. Okay. Yeah, for me personally, like I said, I don't.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay, my bad. I hit the wrong button.
Okay, no problem.
How
you feel about that statement?
Like Reed just said, it's like it's real life. It's just that we ain't on the corners. We ain't in our little groups and cliques and all that no more. Our groups and cliques went to the internet. So that's really what it is. It's just, you know, once you get somebody that think the same way you think and move the same way you move, y'all become quote unquote family on YouTube, on social media. Yo. And those that go against you, they the ops. You see that every day.
I'm so glad that you said that. There was another episode that we did for the Tough Talk Thursdays, and it was, you know, like the whole guilt by association type of thing. And Izzy he was having an issue with, I guess, accepting the fact that like y'all, we all hang with each other. We hang with certain people, even if it's just online. He wanted to differentiate it because it wasn't in real life. And it's just like, still, if you gravitate towards certain channels, or if you always, you spend a significant time actually speaking to people on panels and stuff, y'all do hang out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it is. It's just virtually.
Right. So that's all that is. You get to that association.
Yeah, the people who it's just hard for me to believe that everybody's just, got this split personality, you know what I'm saying, where they can keep this script and this persona down pat online, and then when they log off, they're a totally different person. Like, nah, you know what I'm saying? Like, that takes a lot of work, you know what I'm saying? Or you're severely mentally fragmented, you know what I'm saying, in your head.
But that's the grifters and that's the grifters and the panders that do that type of shit.
Okay. I can agree with you there.
Because it's like when me and my wife had these conversations, it's like either
you do not talk about YouTube to your wife, do you?
We talk about it. Like, she'll talk about shit like her life is her job. She come home from work and tell me what's going on in her job. So in return, I tell her what go on YouTube with certain content creators.
Okay.
So because I do my she's familiar with a lot of y'all.
Okay. That's funny. Well, tell her we say hey. You know what I'm saying? I think, didn't we talk to her one time?
Yeah, several individuals and talk to her.
Okay. So, hey, Ariel. Shouts out to the Netherlands.
Listen, y'all, there's been countless times I've been in a van full of niggas and we've been listening to y'all on panels and just laughing our asses off for hours.
Oh yeah, the one we were talking about that was up at on y'all Women's Wednesday, that individual.
Yeah.
I call him her little brother.
Shut up.
Oh yeah.
Is that who he reminds you of?
Cause they got the same zodiac sign. That's why I say that. I said okay. Cause when he be talking, just like with her, I said you make sense to a point, but then you'll go too far with your points to where like it don't make sense no more.
Right.
So when I hear him talking, like I give him credit for he'll make some sense every now and then, but then he'll go too far, and I would like see you have me, and then you start talking too much.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, I totally feel you. Sometimes it's a little frustrating because they be like, "Oh yeah, he cooking, he cook." Like, shut up! Like, it's not consistent enough because I'm telling you, he about to burn the whole state.
Yeah, because that's a lot of content creators is that you'll say so much to where you have your audience hooked, but then you'll go to the extreme and then it's like, well, bro, shut the fuck up because you're doing too much now.
Yep. And it's like it's just a repeated, like a tape that repeats in his head. I don't know. That's why I just be like, I'm so thankful for, regardless of the things that I have to do, take care of, stress, worry about, or whatever. I got a pretty good, stable mind, and I'm thankful for that shit, man.
That'd be the grifters and the panderers, because either what you saying online is really how you feel, or you saying what you saying to get likes, views, and money. So which one is it?
Which one?
Which one is it? So
let me see here. I'm trying to find. Well, I mean, the whole conversation was pretty good, but I do have it pulled up in the back as well.
Let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Have you seen the episode of Steven Crowder when he went to the black barbershop?
The episode of what?
Steven Crowder. He posted a debate at the barbershop. I heard about it. I ain't see it though.
Well, any minute now, you're going to see everyone making videos about it. I'm going to do it tonight.
Okay.
Look for an email like around 9:00.
Okay, perfect. I'm glad you still have it. Hold on. Matter of fact, yeah. And I do enjoy, you know what I'm saying? Shouts out to Royce M, because he definitely be sending me content suggestions. If anybody has a topic or a video that they'd like to hear my commentary on, you can hit me up on my correspondent email, thecommongood333@gmail.com. All right. So this is the episode. This is technically episode number 4. And this is I don't know, which doctor is crazy. Do birds of a feather scam together? That's just what he named it. Let's hear the take on affiliations and if you should be guilted by association by depending on, you know, where you like to hang out and stuff on YouTube. So let's go with that.
Because of what they think and what they feel, but that don't mean shit to me. I don't gotta feel or think the same way. And I don't feel the need to try to impose my ideology and my philosophy on somebody else to make them come around to what I think. Let
me run it back a little bit.
I never, even though, you know, whatever, but I've never been officially in a gang. I've never been officially in a posse. I've never had to do that. I've always been able to stand alone by myself. So at the end of the day, me being like, yo, clicked up with this clique or clicked up with that clique. Nah, I've always been a person who's been able to get along with everybody, who's been able to be anywhere. I can hang with the thugs and the gangsters. I can hang with the nerds at the chess table. I can hang with the intellectuals. I can hang with the goofy people. It don't matter to me. So at the end of the day, the fact that people have these strong feelings and opinions about what somebody else is doing is weird to me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I got something to say about it, right? I do like rocking alone, but I also in some lanes I like rocking alone, but in other lanes I like having a community. I like rocking with other people and stuff like that. And I would admit that if I'm rocking with you, I'm gonna give you more of the benefit of a doubt than somebody that I'm not rocking with. It's just that's how I'll be biased in that sense, right? However, like I don't got a strong stance on everything, and sometimes when you don't got an extreme stance on something, people think you're right in the fence. But just because I'm not an extremist like you, that don't mean I'm right in the fence. I don't have that much strong opinions on certain shit. And the thing about it, even if let's say I'm a Christian and somebody's a Muslim, I still would want to hear what they got to say, even if whilst I'm listening to them, I step out of my Christianity just so I could listen to them non-biasedly. I would do that shit because I like hearing different perspectives, even shit that I disagree with. You know what I'm saying? Shit that I strongly disagree with, I'm going to speak up on it. But if I ain't that strongly disagree with it, I'll listen to the other side a little bit more. You know what I mean?
I think we conflate in having conversations with flocking together. Yeah. And the issue is that when we hear people say some foul things and we just like, it's okay. Or when we hang around liars and we just like, nah, that's my homie or whatever. No, that's a problem. If he's a known or she's a known liar and you hanging around her and you like, well, yeah, he lied to you and he did a lot of lying things, but he ain't never lied to me. That is a problem for a community. If this is what we are doing within our community, we got to get the bad characters out, or at least put the jacket on them when it fits. If that's what they are, put it on them, and he or she has to live in that jacket.
Wait, real quick, can you define what?
Real quick, Big Dog, are you do you have your X or Twitter like account attached to?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure that's you. 'Cause I was like, who the hell is that? Okay, cool. What was I about to say? All right, so how do y'all feel about like what Sharon and Izzy are talking about right now? Where Izzy is more coming from the standpoint of, you know, hey, that's you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I just don't want to, you know, mislabel anybody. I don't want to be the person to judge and all this other stuff. And Sharon is just like, look, you know, if you hanging around people who lie or do certain things, how could you walk around and expect people to not think that that's you as well? You know what I'm saying? Because that's the company that you keep. How do y'all feel about that?
Because perception is reality.
First of all, go ahead. My bad.
Oh, you got to reach. Go ahead.
Oh, first of all, hanging around with someone who's foul is dangerous for you. And it's also dangerous for everyone that's around you.
Yes. Yeah, that's why, like I said, when it comes to this is just YouTube stuff, I'm just like, see, that's what's wrong with the community. You know what I'm saying? Like, those are the people that I can't stand hearing complaints from. You know what I'm saying? Like, when they come on and it's just woe is me, and they're not playing around. They're actually very passionate about how they feel and, you know, with their frustrations and things like that with, you know, how our community, how our people are seen and how we do things, right? But when it's actually time to like call some shit out or separate behavior or individuals, it's like, oh, I don't want to do that. That's my friend. But your friend did some fucked up shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it needs to be separated because, like, again, these are the things that we come on and complain about. It's to the point where poor Reason said family don't mean shit. Like, that's crazy to me. Like, I'm not trying to get on you or whatever, but it makes me think about, how did you get here? You know what I'm saying? Like, it has to have been some pretty intense or heavy situations
Well,
Yeah.
LA, the truth be told is the reason you hang around certain individuals is a benefit to you in some shape, form, or fashion.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what it is. Cause
I mean,
like I say that all the
like
Go ahead.
100% of the time.
Just like I say, this is what I say. It's like I'm not above hanging around the thieves and the scammers and the liars. Because at one point in time, I was a thief, a scammer, and a liar my goddamn self.
Mm-hmm.
So as I done got older, I got out of my ways, but I still got partners that do the same shit that they used to do with 30 years ago. And they still my friends and shit like that. But when I know they up to something, I'm like, you know what? I ain't got time. I got other shit going on. You know what I'm saying? If you would have called me, if I didn't have a wife, if I didn't have kids, if I didn't have grandkids and shit like that, like maybe I'd ride with your scheming ass. You know what I'm saying? But now that I got shit to lose and shit like that, like I take a step back. But then people that know me and this dude used to run together, they were like, did you used to do the same shit? And I'm like, yeah. And go ahead.
For me to sit here and act like I haven't actually done what I just described to y'all would be foolish.
Right.
I've hung around some of the worst people who ever walked this earth.
Yeah.
And know where their birthmarks at and have had bounced their kids about that.
Right.
It seems like when you're talking to them about other shit, right? They're normal just like everyone else. Good people in most situations.
True.
Until they're in that mode where they're being a demon. You know what I'm saying? But I won't like let them too far in. They'll never come in my house. You know what I'm saying? They'll never meet my mother or stuff like that. But I can stand on the street corner with you and build math and, you know, let you borrow $1 or whatever.
Exactly.
But it is a dangerous thing. It is a dangerous thing. But it's the world. There's no getting around that. Because people like that are everywhere. And they don't always reveal themselves.
Right.
Sometimes not for decades.
And that's in personal and professional relationships.
Bingo.
They everywhere. They everywhere. And
Yo, I found out my kid's mom lied to me about her age after she was dead 48 years later.
Damn. How'd you find that out? Just
My mother told me.
My mother told
me. The women in my family kept this information from me for decades. And I also found out that my daughter's boyfriend went upside her head back in the day, like in 2010 or something. And my whole family hid that information from me. Whole family, men and women.
Yeah, that's honestly that's one part about, like, you know, the black culture that I hope changes within the, you know, the next generations to come. You know what I'm saying? That whole keeping secrets and, you know what I'm saying, not saying shit and, you know, like, nah, we don't need to do that no more. A lot of these you know, cycles needs to be, you know, they need to be broken for real.
But in their defense, they probably thought they were doing something good. You know,
I mean, yeah, they probably
people
did
go off their emotions instead of always doing the right thing. You know what I mean?
You guys put a comment in the chat real quick so I can drop y'all's channels, especially Reese. I don't know where to find yours. I got you, big dog. Okay, TMKC got you. Put something in the comments, Reese, so we can find your channel.
But they just like with family members, is that you know a certain family member is a PDF or something like that.
Man.
But you won't say nothing because you don't want them to go to jail or somebody else in the family get on their ass. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sorry. I'm that bitch or whatever you want to call me. You know what I'm saying? I'm snitching. Okay. Like,
oh yeah, I burn bridges with a lot of family members just for the simple fact is that I sit back and watch how they move, and then when they were doing something that go against the family, I was like, hey man, you fucking up. You know what I'm saying? And they felt like they were standing on business, and I'm like, bro, you fucking up the whole thing just on your individual shit. Mm-hmm. And we'll get into it, but then I end up being the black sheep because I feel some type of way to a cousin or an auntie, and I'm like, I don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about us.
Hey.
So why would I ride with somebody that ain't riding with us? And this blood, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I feel you because sometimes, you know, like, and see, okay. And that's why I'm like, I was listening to you, what you were saying, and I understand where you're coming from. You said that, you know, you still consider some of these people your friends because you used to do some of the, you know, similar stuff, right? So it's maybe you kind of understand where they're coming from, right?
Yeah.
But like, at the same time, do you think that like, okay, so like when it comes to family, like just that whole word and dynamic and stuff, do you think that kind of like gives people the license to be assholes and just expecting you to just accept it, you know what I'm saying, because y'all family? Because that's kind of what I noticed a little bit. Like, just because we family doesn't mean that you can treat me any old type of way, and I'm just supposed to, you know what I'm saying, be loyal to you just because of the whole family thing.
That's just like I said, it's a difference between a real life criminal and an opportunist. The same thing is like in my circle, I'm an asshole regardless of who I'm talking to, according to my people. Like, you just an asshole, period. Because I ain't got no problem biting my tongue. You know, I ain't finna bite my tongue. If it's wrong, it's wrong, and I'm gonna say something about it. I don't care who you is. In some people cases, like, I want to say this shit because we family. You ain't supposed to say nothing to me. Because if you say something to me, you in the wrong. I'm like, I don't give a fuck about being in the wrong. I'm gonna say what I want to say. So the same thing when I say about opportunists and criminals is this right here. You don't like the consequence of doing your actions. You know what I'm saying? A criminal don't give a fuck about the consequence. They're gonna do it regardless. An opportunist, they give a damn. They'll do the shit, but then when they get caught, it's always a reason why they did the shit. It ain't never just they wanted to do the shit. It's like, no, it's so-and-so provoked me, so-and-so manipulated me, so-and-so. Nah, you saw an opportunity and you wanted to take the opportunity and you got caught. So the same thing, like I said, with family, you saw an opportunity to say some shit or do some shit because it's family. And when the consequence come up for your actions, you're like, well, we supposed to be family. You ain't supposed to say nothing to me. Like, nah, you asshole. You wrong.
But you know what? Like, even like from outside, and like I said, I don't know if it's just exclusive. I'm pretty sure other races of people do this, but Black people do this shit a lot.
Everybody does this shit.
Because I've told a story, well, other people, like people in my real life, you know what I'm saying? Like, I had to cut a family member off, you know what I'm saying? And it's been quite a while since I've talked or spent time with this person, but I felt like I had to because their actions was dead fucking wrong. You know what I mean? And it was basically a situation, you know what I'm saying, where I started an investigation. You know what I'm saying? I went to the police. I have a mentor that works in the prosecutor's office, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, and this was something that happened some years prior, and the secret was kept until one of my cousins, you know, who trusted me, told me what the fuck happened to her when she was younger. So I ain't give a damn, you know what I'm saying? I man, and even because like the perpetrator is a family member, and I remember I cussed his mama out. Like, I used to respect her so much. You know what I'm saying? Like, to spend time with her and all this other stuff. But then she started with that nigga shit. Oh, not my son. My son's an angel. He would, bitch, if you don't get the fuck out my face right now, and not exactly how I said it and everything. Right. Try to blame the kids, like kids lie. No, you lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'll cut you off in a heartbeat. But when I tell that story to outside people, they be like, but you went to the police? Bitch, yeah. The fuck are we talking about? Like, we not doing that sitting at the dinner table at Thanksgiving next to your perpetrator. We ain't doing that shit. You are exiled, nigga. You out. You will not get my energy. You know what I'm saying? I will not expose you to the branch of my tree. You know what I'm saying?
But you wrong for snitching on them, though.
Exactly. To outside people. And that's why I'm like, that's another thing that Black people got to get over. You know what I'm saying? Right is right and wrong is wrong. And, you know, when it comes to these generational curses and keeping all these secrets and shit, like, people need to stop. I get it. Certain things are shameful, but it's okay. Like, you know what I'm saying? In time, that probably people will get over it. You know what I'm saying? If you explain, you know, do your work. You know what I'm saying? If you feel shame. But man, this shit it be blowing my mind when it comes to our people. You know what I mean? So when we were having this conversation on the panel, that's what we were just trying to say. Like, so, okay, big dog. So I know that, you know what I'm saying? Like, what I was bringing up is on a different level than the scammers and like the individuals that you brought up. So let me ask you this. To what capacity do you still interact or hang out with these, you know, with these friends that did the scamming and robbing?
Very, very little, very little interaction right now. Like a phone call, you know, if they call or I call, then we have our little conversation, catching up on shit. But as far as just getting up with them and hanging out with them, like, bro, y'all still on that dumb shit we was and when we were teenagers and 20s. Like, we in our 40s, damn near 50s now. Y'all still on that dumb shit. Like, I ain't got time. I'd rather be at the house with my grandson playing PlayStation.
Right. Watching the game, eating
I'm watching
food.
the game, smoking a blunt. I'm chilling. I ain't got time. Because I remember some years ago, one of my younger cousins, she passed not too long ago. She was on that wild and shit, and because we family, you know, I'm big cousin. She come to my house and trying about 4-star and shit with her and shit like that. And I'm like, all right, I got you. But then come to find out, she let it slip out of her mouth. She wasn't looking for me to protect her. She was looking for me to help her beat somebody up.
Oh wow!
So
because she didn't like them or something, or
she was starting shit, and she was part of their community. And she was started shit with this other female for whatever reason. I don't really know, and the other female went and got her people to protect her from my cousin. My cousin come back to my house. I need you to help me go beat up these folks. And I'm like, all right, cool, whatever. But during the conversation, it slipped out her mouth was that she was actually the one starting shit. So when she said that, I said, so wait a minute, you coming to get me to help you because you started some shit. To start some shit. I said, man, look, I'm not getting out of my house to go help you do shit. And she got mad at me, and I'm like, what you mad at me for? Because if I go help you, and something happened to me while I'm helping you, what you gonna tell my wife and kids? What you gonna tell them? I'm out here trying to save your motherfucking ass after you started some shit. And if something happened to me where I can't walk through that door with my wife and kids, what can you tell them? I said, I'd rather be at this motherfucking house than be out there in the streets with your dumb ass. You know what I'm saying? If I'm gonna do some wild ass shit, I'm gonna do some dumb ass shit. It's gonna be to protect my wife and kids. I'm not gonna just do some dumb ass shit just to be wild. I'm too old for this shit now. Right. But you got some, like I said, some of my partners, they still running the streets and down there 50. And I'm like, bro, you ain't tired yet. you still in the same spot you was at 24. You ain't tired yet.
And that's like I think it was like towards like the beginning of the stream. That's why I was like, I feel like some people just didn't think that they would make it this far type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like YOLO, like shoot, I'm finna
I was one of them. Before I got married and had kids, I was like, shit, I'm out here by myself. I was like, fuck it. I'm gonna do me.
Does that
until I got a woman?
I've thought about this. Like, is that the reason why, like, a lot of black men, especially when they're young, they don't want to get married or like establish nothing early? You know what I'm saying? Like, do they expect to be here past the age of 18? I hear that a lot too, especially from the people who live more in the inner city. Like, shoot, I didn't think I was gonna live to see 18. Damn. Like, it kind of like helps to explain to me the way that why people are moving the way they're moving. You know what I'm saying?
Because it's YOLO. You know, it's YOLO.
Yeah. But I mean, so no. But is that the typical mindset of the black man when they're young? Do you think that's how your son feels?
Nah, my son on some other shit.
Okay.
I made because like I tell his partners is like, if I wanted my son to be in the streets, it wasn't that hard for me to tell my son to be in the streets. Like I just said, I still got connections to niggas that need, you know, I used to, you know, I was in street pharmaceuticals. So I'm still cool with some of them niggas that's plugs. So I was telling his partners, it was like, if I wanted my son to be in that type of lifestyle, it wasn't enough for me to make a phone call and get some work for him. But I said, no, instead of me doing that, I was like, bro, go to school, play sports, get your grades, take care of your business. I said, don't follow in my footsteps, be better than me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me get a mic check real quick, H&M.
Salute, LA Project, never out pocket, taking more shots than the Houston Rockets.
Hey, what's happening? I had to make sure that was you. All right, cool.
Did this picture scare you? How y'all doing, by the way?
What's going on?
Now, somebody was asking how come people don't think about marriage at 21 years old, at 8. hell do we know about relationships and marriages at that age? I mean, just because our parents and grandparents did it, but it was a different time back then. So maybe in this millennial and Gen X generation, it was just looked at differently. I mean, we're always told, live your best life, go explore the world, and think about marriage and relationships. Well, marriage specifically later in life, for better or for worse. That's how we were raised to believe. That's just my opinion on the whole thing.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, well, the generation, my mom, like my mom's side of the family, like a lot of like her brothers and sisters and even herself, like they were married to their high school sweethearts right after high school. And, you know, I think there might have been only like a handful of divorces. Everybody else is either still together or, you know, until one of them leaves, you know what I'm saying? But it's funny that you say that, because when I was 19, I was in a relationship and he actually proposed to me. I went to college and everything. And my mom, who is one of the people who lived a good life and, you know, had been with my dad since she was like 15, 16, advised me that I might want to see what else is out there. And I'm still like, why would she tell me that? Like, that's kind of, I don't know, like based off of how they did it and how they, you know, exhibited their relationship, and I'm observing it. So of course it's something that I wanted for myself. But then she's like, well, you might want to see what else is out there.
You know what I find? You know what I find ironic? That the very same people, whether they're golden age people or or what they call that, baby boomers, the same people who got married young between ages of 18 and 25 are telling Gen X and millennials to get married way later for whatever the reason. Maybe it's because they did it too late, or maybe because they acknowledge that times are different. Because remember, cost of living 60 years ago differs now for what it is today, and what it's been for the last 40 years. So maybe they had things figured out differently. So I don't know, but that's what they've been telling us. It's almost like they're saying, don't make the same mistake I made. I can't call getting with someone a mistake, but that's the message you're putting out there.
But it's just weird though, because like, you know, from, you know, the perspective of my mom, you know, she has no regrets. She'd be like, you know, me and your dad, you know, we can get anything we want. Our credit was so good, and we used to have this. And it seemed like they really enjoyed each other. They traveled. They, had a timeshare together and stuff like that. And I saw the benefit of, you know, when you're both kind of starting at level 0, right? The motivation is really like you there for that person. It's not about their money. It's not about their car. You know what I mean? Any type of material, because neither one of y'all got nothing. Y'all ain't got shit, right? So it's like, that's, to me, in my opinion, that was like the purest form, because you know that person is like, even if you got to split a burger for dinner, you know what I'm saying? Like, and thug it out. But as you grow and you kind of progress, like, you grow an appreciation for that person. You see them grow up. You help them grow. You know what I'm saying? That's what the kind of stuff that I saw the benefit of being together young. But when people get together when they're older, that's when all the accusations, oh, she just here for my money and she gonna take, you know what I'm saying? Like, is it really better to be married older?
That's what I'm seeing now with my kids.
I kind of disagree. I kind of disagree. I think when they're younger, well, if it's a younger woman going for an older man, maybe that's a dynamic, but two people the same age, not so much. Because by 35, both of y'all got your finances up. By 35, both of y'all are financially stable and set in your ways. So there's a lesser chance if it's two people are the same age. But gold diggers come in all shapes, sizes, and ages. So I'm not entirely disagreeing with it, just saying.
Nope. I mean, but what do y'all think, though? I mean, do you see, I guess, the point of, what I'm saying, like when you get together at a younger age, it's pure, it's more, like I said, for that person, versus after you get established and now you constantly like wondering why that person is here. Which one do you think is best? Or how do you find the balance?
I always say it's best to get with somebody while you're younger. I'm not talking young, like fresh out of high school. I'm talking about 25, at least be married. I say the oldest you should be before you're married is at least, I'm gonna say 21 and 25. That's the best time to do it, because y'all, well, that's just my opinion, but I'm just saying, do it while you're young. Don't wait till you're old, set in your ways. your contempt on being single, because let's face it, at 20 you're not going to want the same things at 21 that you're going to want at 41. A man wants youth, beauty, and fertility, but unfortunately at 41 most women his age don't have those things, at least not entirely in their essence. So it's going to be harder. And plus, if you're an older man single with no kids trying to date women your own age, guess what? Everybody your age either been married, already got kids, so that kind of leaves you out in the dust. I hear men talk about that a lot too. I'm single with no kids. What the fuck am I gonna do with some chick my age who probably already got kids, already been ran through the mud, already been through some shit, set in her way? What am I supposed to do?
Have fun.
Excuse me? I didn't hear you.
Have fun.
Have fun.
And that's the problem. Well, I'm all for having
Depends
fun.
on what your idea of fun is.
I want to settle down and be with a good woman, a good woman, not just have fun. Shit. The fun ended at 31, 35.
Well, okay. Well, I'm sorry. Go ahead, big dog, because I know that you were trying to get in there.
Because, like I said, in my situation, me and my wife got together when we was in our 20s, and we both had shit. So you know what I'm saying. We grew together. When we grew together. And so I see the same thing. So I see the same thing with my daughter and my son. It's like my daughter, she be 24 in November, and her fiance, she been with him since her freshman year of college. And they finna get married when they just had their little girl. You know what I'm saying? And then when I see what my son and his girlfriend going through, they 18 and 17. And with them, it's like he trying to say, look, if I'm working, I'm doing everything for you and the baby and shit like that. I'm stretching every dollar I got to make sure everybody's straight while you want to still go party and shit like that. So it's a button ahead between them two right now, because she want to go party, but he want to, like, she loyal. She love my son and shit like that. It's just that she still want to hang out with her partners while he go to work.
She just had the baby though, right?
And yeah, so it's like a lot of little situation where I had to get
young,
with
she
him.
just had a baby. Yeah, she thought that she like turn up time.
Yeah, that what I be telling him. Like, you gotta think about it. She just had this baby in July. And I'm like, shit, that's the whole summertime. She missed the whole summer.
I know, he's a grandpa.
Shout out to my cancers.
Exactly. You know, that's the funny thing. Like, I'm a cancer, my son a cancer, and my grandson.
Oh my God. Okay.
All right. Shout out to my cancers and shout out to my summer baby.
I'm familiar with cancer.
My June and July babies.
Yeah, we done flooded them right fast. So
Lord have mercy. Y'all hell, I swear to God.
Now we ain't here. We nice guys to you.
You hell when y'all want to be. Y'all nice. Yeah, but then y'all turn into tsunamis.
Don't play with this. Did I mention we cancers are very very protective? So we like you well enough. We gonna protect you. We have this better meeting you attitude. Yeah.
But sometimes, never mind. Let me be quiet.
But
go ahead, Ellie. Get it out your system. Come on, this is your show. Come on.
No, but like sometimes in a like kind of like in an overbearing type of way. Like, and I got an example, but you know.
But no. But just like what I said with my son, my son and his girlfriend, is that they still trying to figure out what they want to do together. Even though they know both of them trying to do what's right for their son. She still want to party because she's like, I'm 17, I just had this baby. I still want to go have fun, while he like, well, I'm trying to work and make everything work financially.
She is 17.
I ain't telling her she wrong.
No, he was shaking his head, not you, big dog.
Oh, nah. Like,
Judgy Wudgy over there.
Nah, I feel her, but I'm like I said, like, you gotta think about it. Like, you can't be out all types of night with your son either.
What does she? Okay, is she working yet?
She was working before she had the baby, so she's still looking for another job.
I mean, what might help? I'm not sure. Like, you know, what type of like establishments are around there, but like little serving jobs and stuff like that.
She was working at McDonald's.
Well, put her in like a restaurant, or like, I wouldn't say a club, but put her in a place where it's almost like she gets the best of both worlds. She gets to make money, and she gets to, like, you know, listen to good music and, you know, kind of mix and mingle with it. You know what I'm saying? She's going to be working, you know what I'm saying? But because I kind of did that, you know what I'm saying? I worked in clubs and stuff like that. So like now I don't have a desire in the world to go to a club for real. Because I had to for my job. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, Reese.
Is it okay if we talk about having fun for a minute?
Sure.
Just real quick. Fun.
I've been hearing this shit all my life. I got two daughters. What does that mean?
Exactly. Define having fun. Somebody.
What'd you say, LA?
No, I said that was just a suggestion. Big
Oh,
dog.
well,
Like,
we be
saying?
talking. I be talking to her, trying to help her find her way.
Okay. Now, what you said? What do we mean by having fun?
Not necessarily y'all, but anybody in the world, because I've been hearing this shit all my life. Every woman puts up this argument.
I think people. I think in a general sense, like a person who gets to write their own ticket, make their own schedule, and still reap whatever benefits they feel like they want to at the time. You know what I'm saying? I think that's a lot of people's idea of fun.
When I hear fun, when I hear that, having fun, I'm thinking go out at night somewhere and act like a whore.
Oh, hell no.
That's what it means.
Always.
No,
That's
it
what I be
doesn't
thinking
not.
too.
Yo, why we
go
gonna
to the
play?
club and turn up?
Why we gonna play games up here, man? Y'all from the same planet I am.
Is
Come on, man.
that what it means for men too? The
Yeah.
fun? No.
I mean, come on. We did it with our
Whoa,
boys. Let's be honest
answer this.
here.
What is positive that's open after 10 p.m.? Anywhere in the world.
Oh, you don't know modern. Okay. Well, I mean, I'm in Atlanta, so I can go on Peter Street and go to a nice art gallery where they have sip and paint. And
The art gallery closed like 8 o'clock, man.
Excuse me?
The art museum in Philly closed like 8 o'clock.
I get it, but like I said, I know of an art gallery that's owned by a tattoo artist. And a part of his money-making situation is he has an event space that's half a block away from his tattoo shop. And he hosts galleries. He hosts sip and paints. He has live models come in and pose so people can sketch and draw them nude. Like, and
I see
it has
that.
all different types of night. And you can smoke weed in there and everything. Like, you just got to you got to be creative. You got to put some effort towards it.
I need that. I got another question to go with it, though.
Okay.
I got you. I got another question to go with it. How many strip clubs will be open at the same time?
Well, at
Strip
8 o'clock,
clubs
a lot of them gonna be open,
Strip clubs
buddy.
are open literally about 22 hours out the day.
Right. So
That was
I
one of
mean,
my
the strip
first
club-
bartending jobs. I know.
The strip
Okay,
club
I didn't
used
know
to
that.
go to open- One I used
I
to go
didn't
to
know
open
that,
at
but
4
okay.
a.m.
What I'm trying
when
to
I-
say is, after 10 p.m., you are going to be subjected to negativity. Period. Even when you go get gas.
Okay.
So
I mean, I can understand to a certain degree. Like in the area that I live, I mean, if you drive up north, about 10, 15 minutes is going to be a little bit different of a community. You know what I'm saying? Them Indian folks, them Asian folks, they get their errands done early and they be in the house. You know what I'm saying? Like for the rest of the night. You know what I mean?
But I don't understand how being in a relationship at a young age would hinder fun. But me and my girl, when I was a young boy, we had T-shirts with each other's names on it. We went everywhere together and had fun in the daytime, all the time. Countless hours of fun.
Yeah, you're having
When
fun
I
with
hear
each other.
in
That's the
between the
difference.
work,
You're having
or-
fun with each other, not just random people.
Right. So
Somebody
I
said,
don't
"Go
understand how
party
being in
to
a
bowling."
relationship, whether you're 16 or 70, how does that impede your fun? I don't understand when people say, I don't want to be tied down at a young age. I still want to have fun. I've heard millions of people say that, and I still don't know what that shit means.
Oh, in that sense.
Yeah, I don't know what that shit means.
Okay. When you put it like that, yeah, it kind of does. Well, it kind of does sound like they don't want to be responsible for shit. You know what I'm saying? Wait a minute.
It sounds like they don't want to be tied to one penis.
I could have swore. I mean, like I said, you bringing up a different
That's what I was
context.
thinking.
could have swore. I had
But in all honesty,
What's up,
though,
Sherelle? Let me get you your wrench. I'm sorry.
in
Go
all
ahead.
honesty, though, this
That's
is
what
what
I
I'm
was
saying.
thinking. They don't want to be tied to no
Between
one
that-
dude. Shit.
Fellas, I want y'all to think about this for 1 minute. If someone is saying they don't want to be in a relationship with a man because they're too young, they want to go have fun, what else could it possibly mean if they don't want to be tied to one penis? What could the other side of that mean? I don't want to do that. I want to
Wanna
go have fun.
explore.
Somebody break
They want
that
to
down.
explore their They want to go out and explore their options, see what else is out there, see In other words, to put it bluntly, they want to have what's called a 304/hoe phase. Put it like that.
But what if it ends up with like them actually finding a husband though? Do you think it's just out there like with the intentions of just, you know, like I said, just jumping from bed to bed?
Well, that happens. The sun shines on a dog's ass every now and again. I mean, come on, it happens. But we all know what I'm talking about.
So absolute, Lord have mercy.
I mean, LA, let's be honest here. There are ways to have fun. They talk about meeting a future husband. Well, there are ways you can do that. You know, because you're not gonna find your husband or your wife at a goddamn club or a bar or a strip club. That's what
it should happen after 10 p.m.
That's what he's
you
referring
meet your husband and wife 9 o'clock in the morning.
Like I said, I gotta throw in these questions because you know, like I said, Reese, you know, he be talking like he got shit figured out. So I just throw him curveballs every once in a while.
But shit, at 18, between 18 and 25, I mean, that's your chaotic years anyway.
Ooh, not the chaotic years.
Have to be chaotic, but it can be.
The age of chaos.
The majority of the time, you chaotic, men and women chaotic between 18 and 25. They're still trying to find their way. So if you just happen to find a good woman or a good dude between 18 and 25, it happens. But the majority of the time, you jumping from dick to dick and pussy to pussy.
Damn. I mean, shoot. That's why I'm like, that's why I was locked down. You know what I'm saying? Like it wasn't no jump. I don't know. I'm so glad that shit. That's not how. I don't know. That's just not how I process things.
Yeah, if you get hold of somebody good, cool. It happens. But majority of the time, at 18, I wasn't thinking about being with just one female.
Damn.
And I had one female, and I was still fucking off. I had one girl at 18 and still was messing around with other girls.
When I met my baby moms in Hawaii when I was 18, I knew right then and there that I wanted to die with her.
I just don't understand, like, okay, well, if men don't, and I've said this so many times, you know, especially young black men are not marriage minded, you know what I'm saying? But they get mad or get upset or have something to say when the older gentlemen come and swoop down into technically the young man's age demographic and steals everybody away. You feel me? And it's just like, it just seems like a perpetual thing where y'all are making it to where younger women have no choice but to deal with older men. You know what I'm saying? Because if we want you when you 18, you just like, no, I ain't trying to be with one. Like, okay, well, I mean, I can't keep my clock tick, you know what I'm saying, and let time pass, and because y'all so conditional with our ages as well. So, you know what I'm saying? But y'all be mad as hell about that shit when the older gentlemen come in and take all the,
let's be honest here,
wine and dine all the young chicks.
Well, let's be honest here. I agree with what you're saying, but that's not always the case because some of these young females are no more marriage minded than some of the young men. I mean, the men want to turn up, the women want to turn up, everybody want to turn up between 18 and 25 years old. At least that's based on my experience. Now, to be fair, I got homeboys and homegirls who got married, you know, when they got to their mid-20s or whatever, but we was doing the same old shit. It just didn't lead to us going down that dark path of, you know, sex, drugs, and the whole all sorts of other shit. But let's be fair, them young folks want to turn up the same way we did when we were in our 20s. So yeah,
in today's world,
how you do it.
I mean, I was turning up with my boo, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I've always been a relationship person, so we turn up everywhere, shouted, like, let's go. I bring sand to every beach, okay?
These young chicks nowadays, these young chicks nowadays are rebellious. And if you piss them off this much, they are going to throw their box at someone like me.
But let's be honest, though.
Trust me, girl. And you will never know. You will never, ever know.
But the truth is, like, them young girls and young niggas, them our sons and daughters. So we part of the problem, too.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
The boss bitch era did not start in the 2000s. That shit started in the mid-90s, early 90s.
I agree with that.
Very early.
Really did.
You know, all you gotta do is check the music.
Yeah.
I mean, let's be fair. Every generation had its level of thottery, but I think the difference between our generation and this generation is that we were more low key with it. Yeah, back in the day, were just low key with it back then. They weren't displaying that shit for the whole world to know. Like, oh, girl, I was fucking around with everybody down the street. Everybody knew of her, but she kept her business mostly to herself. She wasn't putting it online that she was doing this, that, and the third. It was more low key, but
we didn't have camera phones
for it. There's no shame.
We didn't have
now.
iPhones. We didn't have the technology back then.
We really didn't.
We didn't have the technology.
You didn't have Jerry Springer, Maury Povich, Tyler Perry, and reality TV, and Cardi B, and motherfuckers like that. That's what you didn't have.
Yeah.
Human beings do what they see. Human beings do what they see, and niggas are even worse.
Yeah, they really are. Come to find out that girl slept with 20 men on the basketball team. You don't find that shit out like 4-5 years later because she kept it to herself. She don't want to be shamed for it. Yeah.
Unless you was one of them niggas on the basketball team.
Well, that God you pray to has blessed the woman with the divine lie. Until the paternity test came out, men killed that shit. But until then, the woman was blessed with the divine lie. So all you niggas talking about bloodline and reparations and shit and all that, there's no way in hell you be able to prove that who you were attached to back in the day, because somewhere on your family tree there's at least 2 liars. So fuck all of that.
Where LA go this time?
Yeah, she'll be back.
I got a lot of work done talking to y'all. I did. I'm literally working at a faster pace. What y'all think is the future of the world, man?
Motivation.
Think men and women are ever going to work this shit out?
Some of us, but all of us, nah.
Yeah, I'm like hustlers. Like, not all of us.
In the 70s, the group was close. The human group was getting it together, man. Mostly everybody went to school with mother and father were together.
We really did. Along came government assistance, threw all that shit out the window somewhere around sometime prior.
Listen, man, I hear everybody blame that shit on it. That happened a little bit, but the music started changing. Like the 90s is when it got really out of control.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Funk music in the 70s and there was a little bit of conflict there. You know what I'm saying? Between men and women, a little bit. You still had niggas crying, begging for love and all of that. But that's when it kind of started for real, for real. Gotta be honest about that.
Yeah, I can agree. I think in the 90s, between 96 and 98 is when it really started being real damaging.
Yeah.
Somewhere between 96 and 98.
It's when Jerry Springer and Maury hit the scene, man. Jenny Jones threw them the alley-oop and they dunked that shit.
Yeah, because I know with plenty of times I used to come home from school to watch Jenny Jones. So
they paid those people to go out in the communities and find the worst people they could find. Because they could have all them shows, right? Jenny Jones, Jerry Springer, and you know the rest. They could have easily went out and found people and made those shows into family shows or something good. You could have found enough people to do the same thing. But what they did was they went and found the worst of the worst and put them in front of the world for 35 years, y'all. So 2-3 generations of people grow up watching and doing exactly that. And a lot of y'all mothers and fathers did that shit. You young niggas.
Yeah. Cause that was something I told my wife when my son's girlfriend found out she was pregnant. She felt some type of way. And I was like, but you sit up here and watch Teen Mom for years. And you watch them girls 16, 15, 16-year-old get pregnant every day. You ain't have a problem. I said, but as soon as your son get involved in that shit, you got a problem. I said, nah, you gotta hold the same energy.
Wow.
Hold the same energy. You can watch somebody else bullshit, watch your own bullshit.
I'm about to find me a wife and jump out the game. I'll tell you that much. I don't like the way things are going. And you gender war motherfuckers on YouTube ain't gonna make nothing no better.
Oh, we ain't doing that. It's not over here anyway.
Oh, let's say H&M, not over here.
I think the women have fallen a little bit, but I also think we got to fall back from beating them up for a little bit.
Yeah, I think that too. It's like
Softening up the narrative, because you got a soldier class of women in the world right now that's going to fight back. You ain't just going to be screaming at them and think they're going to change because you talking shit and exposing. That ain't how you make change.
Yeah, they ain't gonna change because of that shit. Yeah. They embrace that bullshit now.
I don't think there's no urgent need to warn the young boys anymore either. I think they got it.
Yeah.
That's why you don't see nobody pregnant now.
Yeah, that's like what I told my son when he got his girlfriend pregnant. I'm like, nigga, you just ran up in that motherfucker raw. You just now met her and get her pregnant within a month.
Uh-huh.
And I said, shit. Nah.
Damn.
I think LA got a phone call.
It could be anything, man. YouTube is just fucking up a
could
lot
be.
of shit, man. There's always some fuck ups in YouTube. I don't think this app gonna be around too much longer. 5 years top.
People use it correctly. It'll be around for years to come.
Rumble is growing every day.
Yeah, because it lets you do whatever. I haven't been on Rumble in almost a year, but it lets you do whatever.
Rumble is the shit, yo. YouTube is too much shit you can't say and do. Too many rules. Too many ways to get in trouble.
But ain't that the good way to use your creativity to say what you got to say?
Man, the world is tuned in, and I don't think this shit is making nobody any better. There are good YouTube channels that'll teach you how to play the violin and teach you about stocks and shit like that. But the debate portion of YouTube is not where motherfuckers is arguing about whatever it is, men and women, politics or whatever. That shit ain't helping nobody.
I agree.
And it's a stock now too. Talking about black women has become a stock. Is it their fault? You could argue that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm on the phone with a bank. Y'all can drop down if you want to. Like I said, it's just a watch hour party. So if y'all want to, you can drop down. I'm just handling a quick call.
Well, I can get up with you later, LA.
All right. Appreciate you, big
I
dog.
got time to talk.
Okay, go ahead, go off. Reese can go for a while.
I can do it while I'm working.
All right, let's do it.
I got to get back to work in the next 20 minutes, but I got time for you.
20 minutes?
20, yep.
Think we can fix the world in 20 minutes, man?
Nah, Rome wasn't built in a day, so you know that ain't gonna happen.
Rome wasn't built in 1,000 days. Yeah, I wonder what the real truth is about that.
Yeah, I've always wondered.
I've been studying the old world buildings in my city, and there's hundreds of them. And I don't believe the stories that they got out here. That's why I don't believe any history at all. I don't care what it is. I'm gonna go somewhere and do something nice for a black woman today, man.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna give back. I've been talking shit for years. I'm gonna go buy a chick some food that I don't even know.
Better make sure it's the one she likes.
Feel like doing a good deed. Everybody's a fucking war.
All right, sorry, y'all. Thank you for holding it down.
You can listen to the political discussions in the space, man.
What happened?
The political discussions in the space of tearing people apart.
Yeah, you know what?
I don't mess with politics.
I do, but it ain't gonna make me mad and nobody to stop fucking with them.
Well, you'll be surprised. Like I remember when Trump was like, first up for, election and stuff like that, the first time, right? It definitely, I know like my brother, it revealed a lot of truths, you know what I'm saying? Like there was this guy that we went to high school with. He was more in my brother's grade, but as he got older, he was in the real estate. He helped my brother find, both of his properties, helped my mom sell one of hers, so we helped put money in this white boy's pocket. And it was kind of disappointing to him, I guess, to hear how he really felt on Facebook about everything that was going on. So yes, you should be aware of who you're dealing with, you know what I'm saying? Because people, especially when it comes to racism, is very covert. I like overt racism. Let me know you don't like me. Let me know you don't respect me. So I know exactly, you know what I'm saying, what I'm getting myself into, or I can have a better, decision-making process, you know what I'm saying? But it definitely tears families apart. Yeah, I don't even talk to my mom about politics no more. Like,
neither.
I'm kind of out of the loop, but what have you been noticing besides the division aspect, Reese?
It seems to me like the Charlie Kirk situation has ramped up the war between the coons and the woke.
Yeah, and now even like I said with this whole FBA argument, I'm just like, man, y'all don't see the play.
Yo, every panel I go on, right, where something like that's being talked about, I try to get people to understand that people kill each other all the time in America, right? The police shoot like 200 white boys a year, and nobody even knows that. But the whole world thinks that cops are just gunning down niggas when it hardly ever happens. People kill each other all the time. What the news networks do is they cherry pick certain stories and blow them up deliberately to cause racial tension and to get people's feelings going and stuff. Mm-hmm. It's a program, and everybody has to stop. You have to be mature when you're looking at that shit and not get caught up in it and get emotional to where you hate the person next to you because they see one thing another way. It's all propaganda.
Yeah.
People don't even know. Yo, the day that George Floyd happened, that same week, 2 white boys got killed by police exactly the same way. I'm not even kidding you. Knee on the neck and all of that. And it's on video. Anyone can find it. Nobody in the world even knows. It happened to a white man the same day.
You know what? I mean, to be honest, that's the reason why. And I should have just redirected my major, but that's the reason why at the time I just lost interest in school. I was a journalism major. You know what I'm saying? Like I came home, well, not home, but back to my dorm room, you know what I'm saying, from class on 9/11 and saw that shit. I know about Daniel Pearl, you know what I'm saying? That was the journalist that got held ransom over there. I heard you mention the decapitation. I remember that. I was like, but it wasn't just that. It was the classes. It was the intro to journalism class. And that's when I found out that this shit ain't about the truth at all.
Did you see that when it was on YouTube?
Huh?
Did you see that when it was on YouTube?
I didn't. I was not even.
Yeah. They left it up.
My radar. This was back. No. I was in college, summer of 2001. So when did YouTube actually become like a thing?
Oh man, I want to say it popped around 2005 or 7, in between 2005 and 2007.
Okay, yeah, I didn't actually see that.
YouTube itself is older than people think it is. It was around when nobody was using.
YouTube been around for over 20 years. February 2025 was its 20th anniversary since being around in existence.
Right. Okay, so it's 05. Okay, gotcha.
Almost nobody was using it. Everybody was on MySpace, and they had to do something to get eyes over there. And they let that video of that American soldier getting his head cut off. They left it up for 3 days, and that's all they needed. Then came bum fights and ghetto brawls. That was think about it. On bum fights, they're committing felonies. They're kidnapping people, they're restraining them, taking them from one location to another, making them fight and hurt each other. That's like a whole laundry list of felonies right on video, and nobody went to jail for that. That shit got YouTube popping.
Damn.
Yeah,
now you should fight, your channel's gone.
They was allowed that back then. I know when I started using YouTube back in 2006, they said no violence or sexual content will be posted. This is way back in 2006 when I discovered the site for myself. So
violence.
That sounds like a disclaimer that they have to put on cigarettes and alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Like it sounded like more of like an obligation than like being serious. Because have y'all looked into how this battle with trying to get Backpage shut down? Like, it's still tied into the First Amendment, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, they've been selling all kinds of shit. They've been, people, organs, drugs, like, and can't get it shut down. Like, so if YouTube did say that, they probably just did it for formalities. But we see all types of stuff on YouTube. And it's like, I don't understand how that slips under the radar, but let me use a song by a recorded artist and they gonna give me that copyright strike immediately. You feel me? Like, it's ridiculous to me. It's ridiculous. How do these other people just get away with, posting this disgusting stuff? You know what I'm saying? So that there's something wrong with the system just by that alone. You know what I mean? Of course, they want to make it safe and community guidelines, and they don't give a fuck. As long as we, bring in the traffic and all that stuff, they don't care. We're making them money in their sleep, so they don't care. They just have to act like they care. That's why they crack down on us, just simple, content creators by using, I think I used How to Catch a Predator from Oxygen strike. You feel me? Like Jubilee strike, you know what I'm saying? Copyright music strike. Like, but when it comes to sex and violence, no strike? That's crazy. But it tells you a lot. I guess be hyper vigilant on your channel at all, H&M. I guess, just trying to make sure that, your channel isn't compromised, or
trust me, that's what I've gotten so many claims over the last 2 years. It don't affect my channel. I think I got maybe one copywritten strike, but I had that shit resolved last year. So
okay,
I'm no stranger to copyright claim because I do use a lot of copywritten music on my channel. But then again, I'm not a monetized content creator, so it doesn't bother me much.
Do you know what happens? Let's just say, you do your videos and you're using, the copyrighted music and stuff like that, and you finally get monetized. You know what happens? Do you get to keep? Did you get to keep those views from all the?
I was told that because I have copywritten stuff on my video, if I'd become a monetized creator, then I'm not going to get anything from it. It's my video is unaffected until I become a monetized content creator.
Okay, so when you become a monetized, because I'm on the cusp of that. So I do have some videos, where in the beginning, y'all know I like to pregame and play my shit, what I'm saying, in the beginning. So I got, DMX, what these bitches want from a nigga, what I'm saying? I got Kanye West, Blame Game, like all that stuff. So what happens to those streams once I become monetized? Do you know that part?
I'm not entirely sure. They may not monetize you because you have copywritten stuff. You may have to go back and re-edit some of them streams because
cut it out.
Yeah, either cut it out or just trim it to where it's not too much of it. Because that's just my understanding. Did you get
strikes for it?
I got like not strikes, but like
warnings.
Yeah, like claims where they'll like limit the where people can view your videos.
I think if you private all that shit, you might get away with it.
The cynical one, really quick, H&M, she wants to know, how did you resolve your strike claims?
Oh yes, I had to personally email the content creators, let them know I wasn't trying to infringe on their content. I was using it for educational purposes only, and they took the strike down within a day or two.
Oh, so you actually had to reach out to the creator itself from the videos that you used?
Yes, that's what I had to do. I had to do that.
Wow. Okay. All right. Well, that's helpful. Thank you for that, for sharing that tidbit with the crew.
But everything else is just claims, you know.
Right.
If I have some music playing, they'll say copywritten claim. But your
Man,
channel's
I
not
wanted
going
to,
to be impacted.
and I still might do it because shoot, I wanted to play Migos Fight Night. Like shit, hit them with a left, hit them with a right. Matter of fact, damn it, Reese, you remember that day when you were asking me to play music? This was a while ago. Yeah, I had to get ready I had to take all that shit out the middle. It was just like bam, 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 bam. I had like 5 of them. I was like, damn, it's all right though. At least they didn't shut my stream down. They be shutting people's streams down mid-stream sometimes.
Hell yeah, I've seen that.
Yeah.
Yep. Let me say this.
It's happened to Nightish before.
This kind of happened to me.
Yeah.
One time, me and a content creator named Sexy Red TV was trying to react to a Steve Harvey video, and it suspended my stream for like 5 minutes midstream.
Really?
Yep.
For 5 minutes, and then it just let it resume?
Yeah, well, I had to take the video down, then it resumed. It got suspended on my side. It got suspended on Red's side. I think World Class, shout out to him, was up there too. It got suspended on his side, so it was just a mess.
You know what? Something really weird happened to my channel once. About a month ago, and shouts out to Miss Joy. She had told me about this this court case that was happening in my area, right? And she had been following this case for a while because it involved like a YouTube couple. A child was involved, and unfortunately the woman, was trying to, make it hard for the father to see his son. A lot of the content creators who told me about this case actually were women rooting for the man. All right. So I didn't know any of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So she was just like, I joined her live in the morning, and I was, waiting for the kids to get ready for school, and so I could drop them off and stuff. And she was talking about it, and I was like, damn, that is today. I was like, I'm not too far from there. So I drove up there.
Oh shit.
Content creator. You know what I'm saying? So I have maybe, hold on, let me see. How long is this damn thing? Give me a second, y'all. And this was the craziest thing. This is the event that I did that got me. I got reviewed on like 3 other different channels, and I gained almost 300 extra followers off of this shit in a day. You know what I'm saying? So, hey, sometimes when you put yourself out there like that, you can reap the rewards. But let me see really quick. This video that I'm talking about is only 5 minutes and 29 seconds long. It's called At the Courthouse. All right. Now you won't be able to see this on my page. And this is the freaky part, right? So the video is just me basically, me showing me getting to the courthouse, like me parking, walking up to the building, showing the, this, that, and the third. We went through security, I went up the elevator. I lost them in the elevator, and I didn't know that. I lost my connection in the elevator, but I thought I was still going, you know what I'm saying? So I end up, finding the courthouse. I turn my phone off, right? And go in there just because I'm the observer. I was supposed to do some correspondence later on that night, you know what I'm saying? So apparently one of the people who was reviewing, or who was reviewing this whole situation, actually was sharing my live stream at the same time. So we sitting there in the court, and the judge made it very, matter of fact, and it's it's the short-haired white lady who does a lot of those Zoom court proceedings. You know what I'm saying? They kind of had been circulating around online for a little while, but it was the same fucking woman, right? So she made it very clear, there will be no recording, no this, no that, no this, no that, right? So I'm just sitting there waiting. It's me and there's 2 other ladies that's there to support the guy. I didn't even know I was in support of the guy. I'm just sitting there just observing shit, right? So basically, make a long story short, they found out about my live stream during the court proceeding. They had a recess. They went to the back, And when they came back out, they was like, "It's her." They pointed at me like, "It's her." No, I'm serious. They was threatening me with contempt of court and everything. And I was like, I don't have a device on. I was like, yeah, I was live streaming. Why were you live streaming? Because I'm a content creator. Like, what? You know what I'm saying? I'm really confused. But they just like, you see that door over there? You 2 seconds away from being it. Like, I'm just like, God damn. You know what I'm saying? So it was just, the whole situation was crazy. So I ended up, you know what I'm saying, leaving. You know what I'm saying? Of course, I don't feel comfortable. They found out like, okay, like she's not actively recording right now. She was just recording before she walked in the door type shit. But I felt so uncomfortable. I didn't want to stay. So I left. That video at the courthouse is privated. I didn't do that.
Wow.
I didn't do that.
Man.
And it's privated. So that's how freaky sometimes YouTube can be. I wonder, like, seriously, how much control do they have?
So you was live streaming while the court was going on? Was you at the court?
No, I was at the courthouse. Go ahead, Riaz.
Oh, okay. What's up, Riaz?
Actually, I did see that happen, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I was kind of there. I remember that, though. Yeah. I remember that happening and everything, though. And,
I turned my phone off before I walked into the actual courtroom. I was just walking up to the courthouse, into the courthouse. I mean, it's a big facility. You know what I mean? So it's like, yeah, we had to go through secure. Like, I put my phone into the metal detector. Y'all could see all of that shit. Like, it's a public space. You know what I'm saying? And they was like, yeah, we went through the surveillance. We saw you with your phone. I said, yeah, and I turned it off right before I walked in. I said, you can check my phone right now. It's not on. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, that shit was crazy. They try to, you know, really just act like I was being in contempt and I was recording live proceedings, and I wasn't. I was there to observe. But the whole fact that YouTube privated the video, I don't understand. I still don't understand how that happened. I still don't.
Crazy. Well, that is crazy, though, to be honest, though. Like, wow.
But court proceedings are public here, you know, Riaz. I'm not sure how it works over there, but like, especially like law students or people who want to write books, you know, they will sit in traffic court, or they'll sit in, you know, especially these high profile, you know, celebrity cases. It's open to the public. So as long as there's room on the benches in the courthouse, anybody can come.
Okay, that's interesting. To be honest, I don't know about that over here, though, to be honest, because I haven't really checked into it. I haven't been to one of these things, so I honestly don't know what goes on in that type of stuff, though, to be honest, because I've never actually done that type of duty before or anything. So I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah,
but I've heard about over there, but over here, I don't know.
Child Bridget. That's why I was like, what the fuck? I was like, in my mind, I'm like, how did that video get privated? Like, that was very strange, but I left it private just because y'all see, I'm still at the crib. Ain't nobody come knock on my door. So, I'm good.
Now, to be fair, to be fair, a lot of those court procedures don't want people, the general public, recording, you know, video recording or audio recording, unless you're part of some news crew or it's been authorized by the judges themselves. They don't want that shit, honestly.
Yeah, I get it. But if you're in the hallway walking up to the courtroom itself, that's still public space. I mean, there's a cafeteria in that building. There's my children have performed for Black History Month in that building. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many different rooms. They handle, you know, the eviction proceedings and, you know, all kinds of shit or whatever, you know. But of course, that's how I was like, I know I have enough sense not to bring in a recording device into a actual court proceeding. Like, it was just more of like, okay, guys, I'm actually here. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to, you know, observe what I can and I'll get back with y'all later. That's more of what it was. It was like more of a build-up thing. It wasn't I'm gonna just be disrespectful and try to do some sneaky shit. Like, that's not what it was.
Wow.
So all the places that I actually had my phone on were common. They were common places in that building. H&M? Oh, okay.
I'm here.
Yeah. So I mean, but again, that's similar to like when those the streamers be outside for Diddy trials and things like that. It's the same thing. Whoa. Damn, Bridget, that's crazy. She said that YouTube basically has more control than we know. They took one of my videos, changed the thumbnail, and started circulating it without my involvement. It was about prostate cancer awareness. Damn, Shardy, what are they doing?
Wow.
Are they taking original content creator shit? Like,
damn, you can't do nothing in these spaces. What the hell?
Man. As eventually, I know I will be doing the Patreon thing. I'll be kind of getting onto a platform it's just a little bit less rigid. You know what I'm saying? Because I just don't understand the method of the method sometimes.
Okay, I feel you though. The only two platforms I'm just currently focused on is my YT right here, my TikTok over there though. So I'm just focused on that. And over on my TikTok type thing, I'm already monetized already, I just don't do anything with it. Don't, do anything with it. I just make content until I'm ready to actually use it.
Yeah. Well, just having something on deck, for sure. I mean,
yeah. And also
something like with Twitch or, Rumble or something, but I'm just like, oh, that's one extra platform that I gotta learn. You feel me? Like
yeah, but the only reason I just do YT and TikTok, I don't do any other platforms as well, though, because I've already got this one to deal with, and then I have another one to deal with, and I have to deal with that too, though. I'm already tired enough, though, trying to deal with my day and trying to create, at the same time, so, and supporting everybody else. So that's kind of a hard thing to do, though.
No, I feel you. It's definitely time consuming. You just have to, I don't know, have some type of, I would suggest having some type of like just daily to-do list. Like when you wake up after you take care of yourself, of course, you sit down and you just run through your list and update everything, repost on you know what I'm saying? Like you would have to, I know like me, that's how I would have to do it because I'm more of an analog girl. I like books, like physical books. You know what I'm saying? I love writing cursive and do all that stuff. Of course I know how to type. But
for me, though, I've decided to do this with my thing also, though, is I decided to show a bit on my Pakistani side as well, because that's your Pakistani artist too, though. So, like, the Pakistani rappers, though, from, like, different part of what, so you got, like, two in the UK, one in America, and one is a Dutch Pakistani, and one born Pakistani. So I'll show you different aspects, because they actually, they're spread out, and they're talented, but they show their talent in a different way, though. So, depending on where they grew up and everything. So I just showed that kind of aspect as well. So I'm this week, I'm dedicating to UK. Last week was Pakistan. And basically, next week is going to be about Pakistan. But this week is just, about UK stuff. Sometimes I might experiment.
I feel that. Shouts out to let me see, Batty Reacts. Welcome to the channel, hon. I'm not sure if I try not to I pay attention to the chat, but I try to focus on my the conversation and the material. So if you've been here before, welcome back. And if you haven't, then welcome. Make sure that you hit that like button. Subscribe if you haven't already. Share it to somebody that you know might be interested in the content as well. Welcome to the crew. All right. Let me see here. So give me a second. I'm sorry, y'all. I know we started talking about all this YouTube stuff. I love sometimes the rabbit holes that conversations will take you down. That's why I'm just like, this no more open panels. I am considering it, but sometimes when I have a good conversation, a good panel like this, it always makes me reconsider. Like I want to keep it around because this is a good conversation, but sometimes the panels just be draining.
There's plenty of madness going on in the world where you can have 10 people talk about some stuff.
Tell me about it. All right. Let me see here. We were reviewing the Tough Talk Thursday episode number 4. And this is more about, like I said, birds of a feather. You know, should you be associated, you know, or guilted by association, you know, depending on who you decide to hang out with. And is hanging out virtually, does that count? That's kind of what this is talking about.
Yeah, I agree with you though. To me, this does well. Whatever the problem the person has with another person, that's between them. Now, I got nothing to do with it. And I make that clear from the beginning so they know that.
Yeah, that transparency and that communication, man. That's what, you know, will save a lot of people. They be scared to say certain stuff because they think it's going to cheat them out of something, you know, a benefit or something extra that they want. But man, it'll save you a world of headache later on down the road. You know what I'm saying? Just by being honest. So I commend that. Okay, Batty, you're a subscriber. Okay, appreciate that, love. My bad. I know it's been a while since I've streamed on my channel. We are on the road to monetization, so I appreciate your view. We definitely gonna get this goal taken care of, so y'all can send your super chats and have your comments highlighted for the channel to see. Thank y'all, man. This has been such a wonderful journey. Like, I could have bought subscribers. I could have went the drama-filled way. I could have let people fight constantly on my panel, but I didn't want to compromise myself or the tone of what I wanted my content on my channel to be like. So I knew that eventually, you know what I'm saying, it takes some time, but you get like-minded people to gravitate, you know, to what you're doing, to help believe in your project. And I appreciate every single one of y'all. I could not do this without y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like I always say, my chat is the best. They're like Red Bull. They give me wings. And I hope that y'all really do believe that, because I sincerely mean that. I feel like every subscriber that I've been able to, like, that I've acquired, I've retained. And to me, that's the best compliment ever, that you actually subscribed and you decided to stay. So shouts out to y'all, man. Let's get back to the review.
What hang around in a YouTube space mean? Like, what does hang around mean? Because I hear this a lot and it doesn't make sense. Because let me just preface it right here. There's a lot of people, like DJ Witch Doctor probably has about 5 or 6 people that you would 9 times out of 10
Probably
see on
more.
his show. Okay, maybe that. But
Oh, I
I'm
thought
just
you was
saying-
good. My bad.
No, not to come to your show, but that you'll see on your show. Like when I think about DJ Witch Doctor, I think about Giz. I think about Frida Green. I think there's guys like that, and so it might be even less. And sometimes there's other characters that may pop up, me or a Nightish or even an Ism or somebody like that. There's other characters that may come around, but when I think about you and your crew, I would say it's Giz and Frida Green, right? And maybe 1 or 2 other people that I can't think of off the top of my head that's there on the panel mostly all the time. And even sometimes they don't have time to be on the panels, right? So I wouldn't say that you hang around an Ism even, right? Even though Ism is there and does what he does, I wouldn't say you hang around Ism. I would say that he comes through every once in a while. He contributes whatever. He does whatever he does, whatever the case may be. But I wouldn't say you hang around. So Sharon, that's why I want to end with Sharon.
I know they're doing a lot of name dropping right now, but it's to make a point. So y'all, if y'all ever want, you know, to add anything, H&M, I know you don't have that much time. So if you want to say something, just you know, let me know so I can pause the video. Okay.
Sure thing.
All right.
I would say PH Diva is a, you know what I'm saying, PH Diva, Brownsville, you hang around them. Everybody else is like side characters. Me, Emperor Kojak 313 the Great is gonna be there, and Jade Lewis and like 2 other people. You can say, yo, they're almost always in my chat. They're almost always Trucker Yells or the Crown Heights Brainiacs or the, you know, they're always around. But most of the time, it's just people come in and out.
But that's still in a sense of hanging, because again, it's virtual. So it's kind of like, you know, you're in a virtual clubhouse with these people. If y'all remember like the Club Penguin days, you would kind of tell your friends like, hey, you know, after school, we're about to go meet up in this Club Penguin little, like even when the site Clubhouse, you would tell people like, hey, we're about to go meet up in this little place real quick. We're going to chop it up. We're going to chat it up. Like, it's just a regular place. It's just not physical. So that's why even like how you said the other week, you know, we're putting context to words that don't really mean the same thing anymore. So hanging out, yes. When you see all the people you just named who are hanging out in your site. And then, like I said, when y'all go to other people's, y'all are hanging out. Especially when it's hours every day, same time, right? So
what if we share Rogue? So what if we share them? Because we know that there's some people that will go to Sharon's channel, my channel, DJ Wish Doctor channel, and some of the people say one thing, like Sharon has alluded to. They'll say one thing on Sharon's channel, they'll say one thing on DJ Wish Doctor, and they'll say another thing on mine. But these are the same people that a lot of us circulate. Now we do have some people that's kind of exclusive to us or whatever, but we do have most of the people are circulated between us. They rock with all of us. You know what I'm saying? One form or another. So shout out to them. So is that hanging out with those people?
No. So what we got to get the distinction of is that when we are saying that we agree with them and we aligning ourselves with them, a lot of times we try to act like as if we don't know what we are aligning ourselves with. We say, hey, he doesn't do that to me or she doesn't do that to me. No, it's bullshit. It is what it is. Just be honest and say the truth. Yeah, like you agree with that person, you like that person, and it is what it is. Don't try to sugarcoat like, oh no, I'm not a red pill, even though you say the same thing as the red pill. You agree with everything that red pill man said. Come on.
See, that's what I said.
You said if everything is in alignment with what he is saying, if you are in alignment with everything that entity is saying, then you are.
Nobody's aligned. Nobody's aligned with everything. Who's aligned with everything he kind of says? Even if you twins, even if you got a twin, y'all not gonna align on everything, bro. Come on, bro.
Right. And then and this is what I want to add to that. Most of the time, especially in that scenario that you're saying, most of the time, if you talk about a person like me, I don't align with most of the things that they say. The extremism for me, and I think Wish Doctor and I have this in common. I noticed that I'm not an extreme person. I'm really a gray area in the middle type person. I really could flow.
Hold on, because this part was I felt like being misconstrued. Just because you stand on something or you have an opinion about what you're looking at, like, why does it have to be? Why you have to be seen as extreme? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because it's like when I was listening to that exchange, it's like, again, I don't know. Like I said, when it came to Izzy and Sharon, there was a whole bunch of subliminal stuff that, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to talk in general for the tough talk. You feel me? Like, I don't care about what y'all got going on the back end or what y'all argue about or whatever. Like, I'm trying to talk in general. You know what I mean? But, yeah, so it's like, it seemed like, you know, from Iz's perspective, he just, you know, just because I'm cool with them doesn't mean that I agree with everything they do. But we all know that when you like someone or you friends with someone, when they do some fuck shit, you're going to be a little easier on them. You know what I'm saying? But do they deserve that? Depending on what they do. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't try to separate yourself so far when you call that person your friend. You're really not that far. And I kind of even brought up during this stream, is similar to what they say about, you know, when women, you know what I'm saying? Like, I had a lot of different types of friends, especially when I was younger. Like I said, some of my friends, you know what I'm saying, they ain't had no problem with the one night stands. They ain't had no problem with, okay, well, shoot, just make sure that my light bill is paid or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Hey, but when it came to how they treated me, they were good, they were honest, and they showed up. You know what I'm saying? So I didn't have a problem with hanging out with them. But the stereotype is with women, you know, oh, the good girls and the hoes, they stand so close together, we can't tell the difference. To me, that's guilting by association. But when it comes to men who hang out with robbers, thieves, or whatever, they're supposed to be different. You know, it's the same thing. It's the same.
Gynocracy is endless. The librarian will stand up for the whore.
The what? The librarian will stand up for the whore?
Yep.
Is that gender-based? Because there are male librarians.
Yeah, so she would be funny.
So, okay. I mean, but, okay, I brought this up earlier. Like,
men too.
I don't have a real problem with the brotherhood. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's always so funny when guys bring up, oh, the sisterhood. I'm a woman. Don't you think that I know and I have a better idea of our specific situations than you do? So with the brotherhood, I mean, it is what it is because y'all are men. I don't expect y'all to go harder for women than you do for men. You a man. You know how it feels. You know what you have to go through. So
I've let killers spend the night in my crib.
Huh?
I've let killers hide out of my crib.
Ooh, hold on. See, Big Dog coming through with that fire. He must be busy. The preacher will defend the pimp. Exactly.
He knows where I was going with that.
All right. Thanks, H&M. I know you're on break. Thank you for coming through. Okay, I'll let him drop. There you go. Okay. Shouts out. Hold on just a second. Let me test my shit out. Let me test my shit out. Shouts out to H&M, y'all. Let's go, let's go, let's go. StreamYard finally making this this subscription worthwhile. But anyway, all right, so let me get this back on. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's funny. I think a lot of this stuff is semantics and people just don't want to be the bad guy. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't want to be the one who told. Like, but you know that shit is wrong and you really don't want to hang with this nigga or have him even around your sisters, your aunties, your cousins. So why are you not calling this motherfucker to task? Like, I don't understand. And it does go both ways, even with the women. You know, that's why I'm just like, y'all got to give me an example of a woman behaving horribly and I'll tear her ass up. Please do it. But there's so many nuances with some of these, you know. I'm not going to comment on celebrity Cardi B and this. Look, Holly Weird is a different set of rules. It's a different set of circumstances. So it's always been weird to me how regular people try to use celebrities to make a point when it's just like neither one of the people are going to be acting or operating in a productive way. A lot of those times, those shits, you know, those situations are arranged. You know what I'm saying? It's not for love. It's out of the look. It's for whatever. You know what I'm saying? Especially in those situations. So it's always been interesting. What's up? We got Blanco in the building. He's off of his YouTube break, ladies and gentlemen. Beware, he's loose on the streets. Don't play it. I'm just playing. What's going on?
You got a whole APB out on the nigga.
No, he tells us all the time. Like he's like he has to take a couple weeks off. You know what I'm saying?
I just did it a little while ago.
You did, yeah. I mean, you have to. You have to. Like I said, if I wasn't a part of like shows that were already set up on certain days of the week, then I definitely would be as well. But I mean, I take breaks from my own channel sometimes, and that's why again I was just even considering the way that I'm handling it. You know what I'm saying? Like, do I want to have the open panel situation? And if I do, I guess people are just going to have to get used to a different type of feminism. All right. Because I know that me being in charge of a panel and, you know, right now I'm outnumbered, you know, there's two gentlemen up here and I don't have a problem with that. But at the same time, if I am trying to take control or I need to take control of my panel, you know, the guys involved, you know, are going to have to learn a different definition of feminine. Because I can still be feminine, but I can, you know, cracking that whip, goddamn, like shit. Hey, get in line. Hey, we ain't talking about that. Let me see here. Yeah, Blanco is one of these people. He says hanging out, and I'm not saying that in a bad way, but he says hanging out with someone in real life is not the same as jumping on panels and talk to people you don't even know their real names. Again, but it's more about their behavior. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you know that, I mean, but Blanco sees a lot of this stuff as just entertainment, period. He doesn't take this anything, you know, he doesn't have, well, I'm not saying that he does not have serious conversations. I'm pretty sure if you heard a subject or a topic that he was actually interested or passionate about, you know what I'm saying, we would see a different side of Blanco. But yeah, for the man-woman type of situations, if he, you know, if he don't have no problems in it, he probably does see it as very, very silly. But some of us, like I said, I don't know people who just developed such fragmented personalities where they're just like a totally different person online than who they are offline. I think a lot of people come online to let their real frustrations out from real life, and they do it with the similar people. Like y'all, okay, so Blanco, you can't tell me that the regulars that be on Hamp's channel, they don't hang together. They're around each other all the time, and that's just what we're referring to. We're referring to people who like to frequent certain places because of the vibe, because of the atmosphere, because of the tone that was set by the channel creator. You know what I'm saying? And also the relationship that you have with everybody in the chat. See, you calling people boo, and you know what I'm saying, all this. So why are you calling strangers boo? That's weird. Oh, but you're familiar with them. That's right. So it's like we can't just think that everything is just willy-nilly. And yeah, definitely go touch grass, you know, and that's why I'll be like, I come online and I'll be like, y'all niggas be lying. Because in real life, when I deal with real men, they don't be talking like y'all. Okay? They really do not. They really do not. What's going on? Drobo Not. Good afternoon. I started in the morning, but now it's in the afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Appreciate you for coming by. Everybody that's new coming into the building, please make sure that you like, share, subscribe. This is an official watch hour party. I'm closer to the goal now, but when I first started, I'm about 900 watch hours away from being monetized. So let's go ahead, share the stream out. Let's get as many people to watch this over the weekend. So by the beginning of the week, we can have a party, we can cut loose, we can have fun, and y'all can start having your comments highlighted by your super chats on my channel. Let's go. All right. So appreciate everybody that's in the building right now. We're just going on. We're just going over, let me see, this is Tough Talk number 4. And this has to do with birds of a feather that flock together. Should they be guilted by association? I try to make it fancy. Association. All right, let's keep on with the review. Let's go.
Either way. And so because of that, it's like, yo, I don't really have strong opinion. I'm not gonna diss them because of what they think and what they feel, but that don't mean shit to me. I don't gotta feel or think the same way. And I don't feel the need to try to impose my ideology and my philosophy on somebody else to make them come around to what I think. I don't see the benefit in that.
The benefit of it is being honest and true to what's your cause. So if your cause is to uplift or empower human beings, and somebody comes on your panel and they saying the complete opposite, and just because that's your friend, like, yeah, but I understand him, I know his heart. No, what you mean you know his heart? This ain't the time to be knowing his fucking heart. He said he wanted to do X, Y, and Z. Hold him accountable on those words that he said at that moment, so we can hash it out and have a clear understanding. The people that's on your side will understand it. The people that's on his side will understand it. And
Reese, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So in this scenario, this is your homeboy. You know what I'm saying? Y'all go back like 3 flats on a fucking Cadillac, knee high to a French fry, all that shit, right? Now you grown. You're both of y'all grown. You've had your own set of life experiences. He's had his own set. But this is your boy, you know what I'm saying? And now y'all are grown and he's expressing or exhibiting fuckboy tendencies. Do you say anything or do you laugh it off and let your friend be himself?
What I usually do is change my phone number. Then when I see him a year later, 2 years, oh yeah, man, I lost my phone.
With each friend? How many times have you changed your phone number?
I used to change my phone number every December. I did that for 12 years. I would literally recycle. I can get my ex-wife to come on this panel right now. She'll tell you. She had to come find me about 9 times.
What? Yo, what? So okay, never mind. Okay, got you. All right, it's the ex, so I know that you're probably not gonna keep her. You know, hey, this is my new number. She probably had to figure it out, right? Like, damn, he changed his number type shit. Okay,
I did it for everybody. My family, everybody had to run into me again, or you know, I did it every year.
See, I don't know. In real life, how well do you really know the person? Or you talking about and you might not even know where they stay. You might not even know what their real name is, depending on the circumstances of how you met this person in real life.
I got people I've been friends with for years, and I don't know their real name, and they don't know mine.
Right, and you don't know everything. You feel like you know them because I get to see you in real life and dap it up, and no, you still don't. It takes a long time for anybody to know anybody.
You find out their real name when they get booked, though.
That's facts. You find out a lot of shit when people get booked.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God. You know what? And if anybody is a supervisor or something like that, like if you got an employee that don't show up for work, check the registry first. They might have got locked up the night before. Just advice. Oh my goodness. I've heard of somebody who had to do that though. And I'm glad that the person didn't lose their job because they was locked up at the time, but their supervisor was savvy enough to check for their name in the system.
That's fucking crazy.
It is crazy, but hey, that's what's up.
I think my ex did that.
Brother keeps getting his bread, you know what I'm saying?
I think she told me that one day.
What? Told you what?
She was calling jails because my phone was off.
Ooh, see, Reach, you be having people worrying. You can't do that, man. Some people actually do give a fuck about you to want to know that you're safe and you're alive and you're not harmed and stuff. So I know sometimes we get into our little moods where we don't want to be bothered and stuff, but we got to think about the people who care about us. What happens to them when we just drop off the face of the earth?
The FBI ran down on me back in the day, and they trolled me a couple times too.
You said who?
The FBI.
On her, did she send them after you?
No. I said they ran down on me back in the day, and everybody who knows me knows that. And the FBI also trolled me a couple times, so people know that I could be in a cell somewhere.
Got you.
I had to get bailed out a bunch of times.
Yeah, I'm always, like I said, that's why I don't be I'm sorry, Bridget, we talking about ninjas. Hospitals are good too though. she would call hospitals first, not jails.
Okay.
What
I just go back. I went to eat though. So what did I miss?
Just a whole bunch of just in between. We just still talk about, choosing your friends and what's considered hanging out. We still just talking about the same episode.
Okay. I mean, I get you on that though. For me, the one thing with choosing friends as well, I just like to see the good in people, but I also value loyalty though, actually. I value loyalty. I'll be very loyal as much as possible, but then I also know that if that just ends, it ends though, because I just know that person was not meant for me, man. So I just learned from experience with that kind of thing though, because I learned it from school experience though, and how basically my friends and everything like that. I feel you on that, man.
But even that loyalty thing is a little tricky because it seems like a lot of people, especially it's probably been like this for longer than I'm probably conscious of, but this expectation of blind loyalty. Can you let me know what the hell going on first before you just ask me to come to your defense? You know what I mean? I don't know. For me personally, if you're my friend, you're somebody that I care about, I hang out with, I'm not trying to get you caught up in no bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to, put you in a position where you have to defend me without even knowing the story. And I could still be lying. And now I'm compromising my reputation and your reputation. To me, that's
but then that's also one-sided as well. Though when it comes to that type thing, I feel you. Not blind loyalty, but just loyalty as in general, basically. So yeah, of course, I kind of feel you, not because I'm kind of the same way. And also, though, when they actually tell you what actually happened, it comes from their perspective, and you never know. There could be another side to it that you never actually heard about.
There's always probably something that can be explained, you know what I'm saying? But are people going to actually take the time to care? And this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier in the stream where people they just feel like they have so much life experience that they got people figured out and pegged, and bitch, I knew what you was up to, I knew what you was trying to do. Why didn't you just talk to me? I could lie to you, but I'm pretty sure that you would be able to tell that very quickly as well by it coming out my mouth, instead of you thinking or acting like you could read my mind, because nobody can do that. That's one of the superpowers I wish I could have. I wish I could read people's minds.
Yeah, but then it's also from their perspective, though, when it comes to that, though, you're inauthentic or you're not being honest or anything like that. You're being honest, but to them, you're not, because you actually think a certain type of way, or you're built a different type of way. And to them, that's just how they perceive what is true, to them accordingly. I don't know. It's kind of complicated, to be honest.
If you could read people's minds, you would want to get rid of that. After 2 or 3 days, you would want to get rid of it.
Well, I want to be able the ability to turn it on and turn it off. How about that? That's the caveat.
You're asking too much.
No such thing. I rub the genie lamp.
I did a social experiment in the barbershop back in the day, right? Bunch of tough guys in the barbershop talking all this macho bullshit about how they get chicks and all. So I had a digital voice recorder about that big. And I said, I dare any one of you motherfuckers in this fucking room to leave this digital recorder at the crib while your girl there, while you're at work. I dare you to do it. Some dickhead took the fucking challenge. Big tough guy. Man, I got my chick in check. That nigga came in there the next day with a black eye.
Damn.
He found out his chick was feeding his cousin behind his back. His cousin was going over his crib to get meals and shit while he was at work. He didn't hear them fucking or nothing like that, but they were saying some crazy shit and they were a little bit too extra friendly. She bought him a pair of sneakers and shit.
Oh.
Wow.
So how do you get the black eye?
This nigga took the bed, right? Look, he got home. He saw her laying in bed. He picked the bed up and rolled it over on top of her.
Wow.
Wow, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
I took that digital recorder and threw that shit off the Ben Franklin Bridge.
It was the devil. So
I
how
used
he
to,
get the black
I used
eye?
to use it when chicks came to my crib, right? I would leave it like sitting right on the table somewhere. They didn't know what it was. Just to see like what they would say when they call their girlfriend while I'm in the shower. We want to figure out whether I'm good in box or not.
Oh, wow.
So now I know how to act.
So I was just gonna say though, also though, when you mentioned about that though, you know, I actually was gonna say to me though, I feel that that ability can be possible. It's just that basically, whoa, listen, I was gonna say, I think in some way that ability could happen to a certain degree. You know, like if we actually tap in, we especially tap in more though, then we actually unlock abilities that we never actually knew that we actually had though, you know? That's how it is. I can feel, you know, the vibe or energy, and I can feel presences of spirits like jinns or demons and stuff like that. I can feel them because, you know, actually, you know, jinns and demons though. Jinns basically, they're everywhere. Basically, they're all around you though. It's just that they can, you know. But also with this, you know what the jinns can do? They can see you. You can't see them, but you can feel them.
Yo, I saw this video and it was like, I can't remember where they were, but it was a different language of music or whatever, and it was like a, you know, little corner store or whatever, and it was at nighttime and this person was playing music or whatever, and then this person in like a hooded robe, like kind of like was at the door frame. Do you have to invite jinns in?
In a way, though, yeah, but
okay, because she was asking for, it was presenting itself as a woman, you know, with the hood on, but the hand was so pale. It was like, it was crazy looking, but it was basically the I guess it was asking, you know, for entrance or do you need help or something. And he was like, he kind of realized what was going on. He was like, no. And then he clicked on or switched the music to like a religious station, and the jinn just kind of, you could see it's strong.
Oh yeah, so basically though, when you see a presence of a jinn, you're supposed to actually recite Ayatul Kursi, and what you have to do is though, if you know how to recite Ayatul Kursi, or you just play Ayatul Kursi, the jinn will disappear. Because basically though, when you recite Ayatul Kursi, you recite a religious scripture and stuff like that. They don't like that though, and basically it makes them go away. So then you're protected by God in a way. But then also, you know, some jinns is actually Muslim, you know, like literally, you know, like basically like us though, everything in this earth, you know, worships God, and basically in that type of way, jinns basically worship God, and some of them worship God though, basically, you know. So some jinns, you know, are Muslim in their world though, you know. So, you know, that's why also it's kind of hard to explain now, but I can only explain simple stuff I know.
Well, from a person who was raised Christian, I will tell you that is something that they don't teach us about. So if you don't mind, could you describe what a jinn is? Because there was a show called American Gods on HBO or Showtime, and they were breaking down all these different like deities and stuff. And I do remember the jinn, but I don't know what they can do or what their history is.
Okay, hold on one sec. I can also, I know, but at the same time, just let me actually Google that too, though, because just in case, though, like if there's any extra information I missed, I can actually basically research.
Yeah, you
Okay,
know
hold
what?
on.
I guess I could have just done that, but I wanted.
Wait, I know what jinn. What
sound like
is?
you
What
know,
are jinns in Islam? Oh, there we go. This is what they are. In Islamic belief, jinn, or you call them genie, are supernatural beings created by God from smokeless fire before humans, possessing free will and existing in a hidden realm. Like humans, they can choose to be good or evil and are subjective to divine judgment.
Okay.
Jinn are invisible to humans but can interact with the physical world and shapeshift into various forms like animals, snakes, and even possess people. Their existence is confirmed. So, like, yeah.
Wow.
So there's multiple different types, though.
I'm gonna have to do, and I want to do, because this is just, I don't know. I know I'm a black girl, you know what I'm saying, but I got a lot of different interests, gifts, etc., etc. I'm gonna do a paranormal stream for sure.
Ooh, okay, that'd be a good idea. I like that idea. That'd be an interesting concept, though, because I've actually followed that type of stuff when I was younger. Though I believe in ghosts, though, because I believe they're real. Because everything is possible because God made it possible. Just because you can't see something, don't mean it exists. You can't see air. Do you believe it exists?
Right, exactly. No, I understand what you mean. I mean, I don't open myself up the way that I probably could, but I'm very sensitive to certain things.
Of course, that's understandable, though.
In my lifetime, so definitely want to. Yes, LA. I mean, L Boogie. That's what I be talking about. You know what I'm saying? Right up your alley. I'm talking about with Black Nerds Unite. Like, we finna talk about some different shit moving forward. Alien.
Okay.
Familiar with the Anunnaki, and please, if anybody for that stream, if you have information or if you have an interest in it, you don't have to cam up. I appreciate it if you do, but I just want the information and have the discussion, to be completely honest. So that might be the next show.
Okay, so basically in Arabic, though, a jinn basically means a demon or a spirit. So sometimes they're not all like evil. Some are good and some are bad. It's just like humans, though.
Damn,
like
but where do they come from?
So basically, they're in a hidden realm. They're in a hidden realm from us. We can't see them, but they can see us. So basically, in some way, they're on this earth, or like beyond that. Though we can't see them, though you can feel them, though. And the more spiritually, tapped you get in more and more, the more and more you start to actually notice and feel that type of gift, though, because it's that type of thing, So like when you're spiritually more tapped in, and when you actually, when you tap in, and when you're more closer to God, and when you feel more spiritually tapped in, then you'll start to notice things you can never see before, because it's that vibration, it's that frequency, high frequency, low frequency type thing. So the more higher you are, the more you'll start to notice these things.
Understood. Welcome back, Auntie.
What's going on?
Talking about some hippy dippy shit in between. We switched the review right now. But yeah, we were just Riaz was enlightening me on what a jinn was. Me personally, I do believe in the supernatural. I don't study it or anything like that, but yeah, we got kind of down that little rabbit hole. Now we kind of did pivot the conversation a little bit. We had a conversation or a stream on the Tough Talks about birds of a feather and being guilted by association, Auntie. I'm not sure if this was like the 4th episode. It was a while ago. But what do you feel about, like, especially when it comes to YouTube and how people affiliate themselves? Do you feel like YouTube is like, this is just it just is what it is? Or do you feel like people they get connected and have parasocial relationships, and they feel like they hang out together virtually. Do you think that that's possible?
Absolutely. I think people will say or believe that they're so much different than everybody else. But look, these algorithms, and I this is like part of my line of work now, with digital marketing, search engine optimization, and these algorithms notice things about people that they don't even know about themselves. So when you find yourself frequenting the same algorithms as other people, it's usually because you have more in common than you know. So especially when it comes to a lot of these, these topics, and it's not even just over here. I even see in a lot of the other sectors too, whether it's those pro-black sectors or the roasting sectors and just the drama or the true crime or the couples or even the gardening sector, the cooking sector. Like those people should have something in common. They share something. And people are pretending like they're so different, but they're really not. And that's I do believe birds of a feather flock together, because when you're truly uncomfortable around somebody, you aren't going to be around them all day every day. Like that's really what it is. So just because you fight with somebody all day every day doesn't mean you're uncomfortable around them. A lot of people are comfortable in dysfunction and toxicity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I kind of noticed that with certain personalities or certain individuals, and the only thing that it kind of like just lets me know, what I'm saying, or gives me an inkling of, is just like, this is your life and this is how you see the world. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I said a long time ago that most of these spaces that we're in and we frequent, and that's one of the reasons why I usually have pushback, like when people call this Black YouTube. This is not Black YouTube. This is a very, very small subsector of Black YouTube. And that's most of the sectors that a lot of us frequent. Every Black YouTube space is not just like rooted in dysfunction. Rooted in dysfunction and arguing and gender war debating or doxing and roasting and lying and drama and pro-black talk or politics. And no, that's not. Very, very, very small subsector. So this space does attract a certain type of broken individual. Like it does. A broken and damaged individual. So I mean, I'm not gonna sit here and be like I'm on some high horse above anybody else, because I got some broken, damaged qualities about my damn self. It's one of the reasons why I'm here. I'm not gonna bullshit. But I think a lot of other folks need to realize that shit too.
Yeah. It's kind of the reverse, because people online, they get accused of being know-it-alls, experts, and do-gooders or whatever. But the people who are the spectators, who act like they don't need this to get through their day, that they don't, it's like I was just saying, everybody knows everybody's name, and you calling this person boo, and how you get so comfortable. You hang out with these people every day in one way or another. They think you have to be physically on a block with your Nikes or Timberlands on hitting pavement in order to be hanging out, when that's not true.
People got more in common than they want to admit. And I mean, come on, let's keep it real. A lot of this shit come out. This stuff be in the dark, but it ends up coming to light. I ain't gonna talk about people and their personal stuff, but we done been seeing it for years. You want to go back? Like, come on, man. We just know, like, people that claim to hate each other, you find out they meeting up halfway across the country and getting it on in broom closets. Like, straight up, it kind of is what it is, And I mean, I'll use an example from a few years ago without even having to use an example from anybody that's been in the space like recently today. There was a thing with David Carroll and Crystal and Karazin. Like, if you know their content, it was literally the exact opposite of each other. Like the exact opposite. Like she preached the whole swirling, interracial dating and stuff like that regarding Black women, and he was always getting on Black women and their affinity for white men and how they worship white men. And then after he passed away, she aired him out and showed the text messages and the screenshots they was cupcaking.
Yo, what? it was your show that I was watching because I was like, wait a minute. I didn't, because I know who Crystalline is. Like we actually had her on the panel back in Daryl days, once upon a time. But I didn't know about her history. But I remember you talking about that the other day. I think it was during your morning rant.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. This is not new. This is not new.
Right.
You know? So these people act like I tried to compare it to like WWE. It's like professional wrestling. Yeah, they come out the curtain and they fighting and all that. Man, hell out of here, man. They in the locker room chilling, man. Before they come out, they best friends. They going out to dinner together. All of that, man. They really out here trying not to hurt each other. So it's all good, man. These people love each other. You know, for real. It's like a dysfunctional family.
I see, man. Yeah, we definitely see. So do you think that opposites attract, or what do you think that that's about?
Oof. Well, I mean, I wouldn't say opposites. I believe a lot of these people repel because they're so much alike. I think opposites can attract, and yeah, you can get balance out of, because look, men, women, when you're talking about relationships, those roles are supposed to be complementary, not combative. So yeah, it's nice for me to have things in common with a woman, but for the most part, I want a woman that does things that I don't do. She's things that I'm not, and vice versa. You know, I thought that's supposed to be what like masculinity, femininity is all about.
Right.
So if we're that much alike, we should probably be repelling. For real.
No, if you think about magnetism science, yes, sir.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Just like you said, like two positive sides are gonna repel.
I know, but at the same time, it's like if you know two people who like live or walk two different journeys of life or have two different totally ways of looking at something, it's just like, I guess maybe just when it comes to individuals, because there's so many, I mean, it's not definite like it is with magnetism, right? That's like pretty shut, open and closed case. But with human beings, it's not. So that's why I was like, yeah, I just had to pose the question.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say full opposites attract, but like I said, you want to have things in common and it be alike. But I mean, if y'all, I don't care who you are, if you're too much alike, like there's probably gonna be more problems than not if you guys are too much alike.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I feel you. So it's like technique. So it's very complicated though. Yes, opposites do attract, but to a certain degree, not all opposites, but in some way technical. So it's a very complicated thing when it comes to humans, though, because in some way we're like complex beings, though, to be honest. That's why sometimes it's complicated, because we're actually really complicated. So, like when we're opposite in some way, there is some kind of commonality as well in some instances. So yeah, I kind of feel you on that when you're saying it's kind of complicated. I agree with you.
Like this, like Riz, check this out, right? There's an old saying where they say, look, you fight fire with fire. And it's like, really? What world y'all live in? I don't know any firefighters that have a flamethrower on their truck. Like, that's what I'm saying. You fight fire with water. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I agree. Wait, when they say fire with fire, that's like a metaphor.
Make a bigger fire.
Oh, okay. I agree. So basically, no, I agree though. But I'm saying when they say fight fire with fire, I think they meant metaphorically, basically, put more power into it. That's with water. So I guess like when they say fight fire with fire, I think it probably means in a metaphorical sense, not in a literal sense. It's like that metaphor.
But even a metaphorical sense, I've always said no. I fight fire with water. Like I'm gonna fight fire with water, or I'm gonna deprive it of oxygen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Metaphorically.
Yeah, I kind of see where you're getting at, though.
I understand what fuels a fire, and more fire ain't gonna help. Ain't gonna help.
Well, if you're Targaryen, you fight fire with fire.
That's a good point.
Say that again. What did he say?
If you're Targaryen, you fight fire with fire.
Okay, explain.
It's a Game of Thrones joke.
Okay, explain the joke.
Well, the dragons went to war. They had a civil war, and dragons blew fire on dragons. And that's how they won.
What? Some just had more fire than the other ones?
The ones with the most fire won.
Yeah, but the end result was dead dragons.
Facts.
Everywhere. I can imagine the stench. Have y'all ever smelled a dead iguana? Ew.
Yes.
Imagine a fucking dragon. Stench horrible.
When my pet turtle Fred died, that was an awful stench.
Not Fred.
No, but I get what Reese is saying too. Though it's like sometimes you do have to match or exceed energy. You know,
Fight fire with fire is another way of saying eye for an eye, that kind of thing.
But see, I be telling my girls that, like, cause they be like, well, she didn't let me do this, so I'll say so we just gonna be walking around blind in this motherfucker. You know, what I mean,
sometimes that can be and metaphorically speaking, like Riaz was saying. Sometimes it's not the worst remedy, because a lot of times, you know, people don't realize what they're doing to others until it's done to them. That's why I think that was one of the topics I had, was like reciprocity. A lot of people don't know. So sometimes when you know, people are loud with you, you tend to get louder back. And then they realize, hey man, I don't like being yelled at. You know what I'm saying? I don't like being yelled at. It's like, well, damn, why would you be yelling at me? You know, you didn't even know it. You didn't even notice. So that's why sometimes you can do that. But then, you know, you want to try to, you know, regulate it and bring things full circle. You know, and that's kind of tough. Sometimes we can get caught up because we're humans.
Of course, I agree. That it's also like basically that saying, what you put out is what you get back. So yeah, I kind of get you on that. So when you're actually louder, when two people are louder, and the more and more they do that, that's just they're putting that out, and the same thing is getting back to each other, so they cancel each other out and stuff like that. So yeah, I kind of see what you're getting now. Yeah, that's kind of complicated.
Now it's okay. So give me some things to consider when it comes to the commentary for this. You know, like I said, I felt like there was a lot of subliminals in this commentary, but this honestly now I kind of have a little bit of a better understanding. You know, just about even just matching energies and, you know, stuff like that. I don't know. I guess it's just depending on how connected you want to be with like an outside person that you call friend, right? I guess how much you expose yourself, how much, you know what I'm saying, all that stuff, and what type of treatment that you accept. I think it kind of like does reflect on you, but I don't know, man. It's interesting. It's interesting to say.
Yeah, I get you on that. But then is it also that we have to recognize the difference between a friend and a close acquaintance stuff? Just because you know the person, just because you hang out with the person and you knew them, don't mean it's always the case that you're a friend. You just knew each other for a long period of time, though, and then you're a close acquaintance, though, because you know you're in the same place and you know just kind of known each other for a long period of time. You know, so sometimes there is a little difference between what a friend is and what an acquaintance is.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And also, it's a chemistry thing. Like if you handle you can handle every person the same way, and you're going to get a multitude of different results because there's a human element involved. So, you know, I try to deal with people on an individual basis, just because, you know, different people require different methods. That's why I said, like, I like what Reese said, like with the dragons or whatever. You know, hey, sometimes you got to match, you got to exceed energy. Other times you're going to fight fire with water. Somebody's going to be loud, assertive, aggressive with you. You might want to get a little soft with them, you know, just to kind of, you know, neutralize things. You know, so like I said, some fires you're going to, you know, you're going to fan it, you know what I'm saying, fan it out. Other times, hey, fanning a fire is just going to fuel it, you know, even further. You know, it's going to push it. So some you just got to kind of let just burn out. You got to treat them like a crying baby sometimes. Some baby, hey, they cry. You got to give them something. You got to give them food. You got to feed them. You know, you got to pick them up. And others, you just got to let them cry themselves to sleep.
The Ferber method. Yes. I had to be done like that, man. I have vague memories of this shit, man. Like literally.
Yeah.
I was one of them kids that, you know, would find a way to climb out my goddamn crib and try and go get in the bed with my parents and shit, man. They had to start locking me out. And it was funny because my mom was the one telling my dad, "Don't get her, let her cry."
Yeah. Well, or you ever try this? Like once they hit that toddler age, I remember with my son, I used to do this. Once they hit that toddler age, because it goes from crying to whining, and they don't know. They still used to it because as a baby they used to getting what they want. Either way, when they go wah wah, then I just look at them and start going wah wah, right? And then they just stop. Hey, a lot of times they'll just stop crying and look at you like you crazy.
Yo,
they'll look at you like you crazy. And it's
I remember doing that to my daughter, like seriously, and my mom would be like, "Don't mock that baby." I'm like, I gotta let her know how she sounds. Like,
there you go,
right now.
And that's all I'm saying. So sometimes
let me do this right here. Let me do it.
It really depends on the situation, the situation, and also the person that you're dealing with, how you're gonna handle them, and that's why I say it's not, with basic math or whatever, pretty much the formula is the formula and it's going to work. But when you're dealing with chemistry, there's exceptions to every rule. You're dealing with different chemicals and they're going to interact, differently. Different elements are just going to be different. You can put water on, you can mix water and vinegar, and it's just different than when you mix vinegar and baking soda. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get two separate reactions.
Good one. That's a good one. Yeah, and especially with humans, there's so much that we still don't know, and we're like our own, laboratory rats, so to speak.
There's a surefire way to get an infant to stop crying uncontrollably. Just fall on the ground and play dead. Act like you just died.
That's traumatizing, man.
Right? The fuck?
Damn.
But it will
That's
work.
traumatizing.
It will work. Y'all need lessons on parenting, man. Let me try something real quick.
That's traumatizing.
I'm speaking, and I'm not going to say what it is, but like I said, some of my memories go back to the age of 3. Okay, and it's because of what how I was processing the information. All right?
I want to give y'all a parenting test.
You notice changes in your parents as a child. You know what I'm saying? That's true, but how you process it is still. It's up to that individual, because how they're interpreting it, you can't control, and you can't even understand, because this is a young person who can't even express themselves. You know what I'm saying? So
I want to
if you're young parents or new parents, just really quick, Reese, and I'll let you have it.
Yeah.
Don't underestimate the intelligence of your child. You might think that, because they can't talk right now, they don't know what's going on. They're picking up stuff. Okay, your energy, your body language, all that stuff. Go ahead, G Unit. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Reese.
I just wanted to do a quick parenting test, right? So the scenario goes like this. You got a 2-year-old and he's playing with your keys, and you see him going towards an electric socket, about to stick the key into the electric socket. What do you do next?
You rush over. I rush over and I pick up the child and lift them up.
DHS should come take your children from you right after this show.
I mean, if they already have the keys, that's the first thing.
DHS, the Department of Homeland Security.
Oh, that meant something else back in the day. My bad.
Are you saying that basically I'm keeping dangerous objects close enough of proximity for my child to? So okay, so
if you're going to go stop the kid, that is a horrible parenting decision. You let the kid stick the key in the socket. Yes.
What? No.
You let him stick the key into the socket. Let it shock the fuck out of him, and you'll never have to ask him again. Ever. He'll never touch your. He'll be 35 and he won't touch your car.
If he doesn't, if his hand doesn't get maimed,
and is able
if his
to,
hand doesn't get maimed by the electrocution, or he doesn't lose his life, okay,
it won't kill him. It won't kill him. It'll just wake him up a little bit.
Bruh, my bro did that, man. He took a bobby pin. I was in my room, but he was like on the other side of my room. You know what I'm saying? On the outlet in the hallway, right?
That's aluminum. That's a different game right there. The key is made of steel.
All I heard was a loud, you know what I'm saying? And like, I came outside and my brother was like on the ground, like, you know what I'm saying? And the bobby pin was like on the carpet, melt the carpet, you know what I'm saying? The whole outlet was black. You feel me? Like, I don't know what's wrong with little boys, you know what I'm saying? Like, y'all don't believe mamas when they tell you not to do shit, you know what I'm saying? But I mean, it did shock them, you know, in terms of like, you know, it knocked some sense into them, but at the same time, that's too risky. Of course, I'm gonna crap out.
Fuck around and find out is not nothing new.
Services gonna come, like I said, if I actually let him or her continue make his or her own decision at such a young age.
Right, but I was also gonna say though, also, Ellie, everyone's been different boat, and you know, everyone processes things differently, just like how I process things differently, though. Literally, that kind of thing. Like literally, it took me a while, very long while, to learn how to cross the road properly. I've nearly lost my life crossing the road. You know, like it's like a constant spatial awareness concentration type thing. So when I tried crossing the road, I've nearly lost my life, but I was this close, but I survived though.
Like, I look, I've said this story on here like multiple times because I'll never forget it. I got into this huge argument, you know, with my ex. Well, it wasn't even an argument. We just didn't see eye to eye. I can remember my son, he was probably about 2 years old, if that, not even, you know. And he grabbed one of those big, it was a big like Honeybell orange, and he's just throwing it across the room, and he's running and getting it and then throwing it back on the other side of the room. Like, this is a piece of fruit now, it's an orange, and he's throwing it, he's like, ball, because you know they only say but so many words in, and he's like, ball, and I'm not gonna lie, I was sitting there watching that, kind of in my Reese moment, and I really don't know what to do. Like, I'm stuck. I don't know what to do, because I know he's gonna be pissed if I take it from him, you know. But everything that we've taught him up to this point leads him to believe that that's a ball. He doesn't know, and eventually, she comes in the room. And she snatches it from him, you know, and she gives him a little pop on the hand and stuff, and he just starts crying. And then she yells at me. She's like, "What the hell are you doing? You're just gonna let him just throw that?" I'm like, I don't want to traumatize him. It as far as he knows, that's a ball. Like, I didn't know what the hell to do. And
it's round, it's orange.
Yeah, like I look at it now and it's like, yeah, I probably should have grabbed it, cut it open, took a bite out of it, let him take a bite out of it, and taught him that. But I ain't gonna lie, I was a little blazed that day. So it was one of them real.
Why is he throwing this orange like that?
Yeah, well, no, what I ended up doing after she cussed me the hell out, and my son's like crying his damn eyes out. He's crying his eyes out because he got a ball snatched from. That's what he thinks. He got a ball snatched from him. I went to Walmart and I bought every orange ball they had in the store and brought it home. I got a basketball, a Nerf ball, some like beer pong ball. I probably brought home about 7 or 8 different orange.
You were both
balls.
wrong, bro.
Like,
you were both
man,
wrong.
You got all the orange balls you want.
You're
have fun. Damn that. You know, I didn't
wrong,
know,
brother, and you were both wrong.
I didn't say I wasn't wrong. I just said I was a little stuck.
Yeah, he was.
I didn't know what to do.
Yeah,
the lesson is this is an orange, not a ball. So what you do is when he throws the orange, you pick the orange up and you throw it at him, at his face, and then it busts in his face, and then strong juice in his eyes. And at that moment, he will understand that is not a ball.
That can happen.
Drive nowhere. You ain't gotta buy no balls.
What are you talking about?
No, and you can share the orange with him.
Bust him in the face and then share the orange. You think he want to eat that orange?
85 mile per hour curveball.
You think he wants to eat that orange after you bust him in the face with it? Fuck no. Now he sees the orange as an enemy. He sees it as a weapon.
I didn't know what the hell to do, because I'm like, it's almost like we got to unteach him every damn thing we taught him, because it's round, it's orange, and he believes it's a ball. I don't know what the hell to do, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's a common, you know what I'm saying? That's especially at that age of development, that's common. That's what, like you said, that's when you just be like, okay, hold on, no. You know what I'm saying? This is fruit, you know, and you might want to cut it open, you know what I'm saying? You might want to share it with them. And then you be like, ball, you know what I'm saying? And you make that motherfucker bounce. You feel me? Like show them the difference in things. You know, that's a probably, but I feel what you're saying. Like sometimes you just like, hey, it's fruit. He ain't gonna fuck up nothing. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna hurt himself with this. It's harmless for him to play with it. You know?
Oh, hey, she went the fuck off on me, man.
I'll be like, what?
Yeah.
Really?
We started yelling at each other. I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And then when he started crying and all that other, like he just started crying his eyes out and yelling, and yeah, I was pissed at her. I was pissed at her. She was pissed at me for letting him do it. Like I was like, this ain't gonna work. And that, yeah. So that was my excuse to leave the house and go buy a bunch of orange balls.
Oh, okay. Okay. As long as you came back, it's all good. You know what I'm saying?
Damn right. I came back with 2 big ass bags full of nothing but orange balls.
That's what's up, though. Hey, sometimes I mean, especially like when they're, like I said, when they're so young, like you just got to teach them the difference. I don't believe in all this black hazing mentality. Like I don't believe in all that stuff. We had it hard. We, you know, the people before us, they had it hard. But does that mean it has to be like that moving forward for somebody to understand something? Like that's almost saying that we're just so hard-headed and we have that much less civility that you cannot explain something to a black child and they understand it. To me, that's kind of what it translates to. Black children don't need to be body slammed in order for them to understand something. Treat them just like any other child. No, they do not, Reese. Stop. Black children do not need to
get back to fucking these kids up
in order to understand something.
Reese is trolling me.
No, that sounds bro. That kind of creates resentment, though. Okay,
Yeah,
look, that creates resentment. That's what my parents.
Bed sores.
well, yeah, it creates resentment, and it can also help to manifest unhealthy coping mechanisms and things like that. So, you know, and a lot of people will say, well, I used to get my ass beat when I was a kid, so, you know, I'll beat my kid's ass.
Explain that. Why
but
are the best
everybody,
people alive?
I was gonna say that with both my parents did though, they balanced everything. Yeah, both of them, you know, had their boundary and they made sure of that. But also, both of them were really nice though. When I was born though, I was the spoiled. All three were spoiled the same. It's just that, you know, I have different needs and everything like that. So they explained in a way. So my mother was the strict one when I was younger, and my dad was the one, you know, who was nice one. You know? So sometimes they had their own type things. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just feel like, especially children, yeah, I can give them some grace. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason why I'm the adult and there's that separation and that hierarchy, right? You know what I'm saying? You don't know shit. And I have to accept that. I have to, you know what I'm saying, put in that much bit more effort to walk you through life as you're exploring it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. That's just how
It's
I feel.
that balance. I agree. It's more like that balance type of thing. And but yes, you're supposed to do what the parent thing is, but then also you have to sit down and explain to them in a way that they understand also though. Because I kind of feel you and I agree with you though, you know. Because, you know, basically though, that kind of creates resentment though. And it doesn't just create resentment, it creates fear though. They only just listen to you in fear and they'll secretly do something behind your back. So basically, that type of thing, my parents found a way to make sure, you know, it was easier for them to deal with me in a way because they know what I have, but at the same time, they treat me like everybody else. That's why I'm very well behaved.
You know what? I think that's what makes you more well-rounded. I'm gonna let Auntie, that's you?
Yeah, my bad.
Okay, just really quick. I think that, you know, like, you know, people with any type of you know, difficulties or challenges that they're dealing with. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the best one of the best ways that you can treat them, you know, because the world is not going to be able to identify what you got going on, you know what I'm saying, just by observing you. So it's in your best interest to get ready for the world. So treating you like you are, because you are capable and you do very well. I'm not sure realize
I
that.
agree. No, I already realized. I already knew that now. I actually realized that at my age now. I didn't know about that until I turned 13. So when I was 13, that's when I found out what I really was. I always thought I was different though. But then I didn't realize I was just everyone else though. It's just that I'm just different and I was made a certain different way and I just developed differently. That's what I realized. When I was 13, I realized that, and then slowly I built to it. So I know I'm very capable of almost everything. It's just that I just do it in a different pace compared to everyone else. So I've already known that though. It's just that when I was younger, I didn't know that. First person though to literally push me to do better was my mother. So the first one to notice it was my grandmother. Grandmother literally noticed it, and my mother literally took notice of it and literally pushed me to do better. When I was younger, I struggled with the handwriting thing, speech, everything else though. Literally, mother literally helped me out with everything. Literally, I had like a speech delay, so every time I spoke, I remembered every sentence, and then after that, she helped me out with it slowly. That's how it is.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend certain things, especially just for certain children. Now, some kids, I mean, I'll be honest, you might have to whack them, because that's the only way they're gonna understand things. But most kids, especially in this day and age, it's real. Like, I know I was the type of kid that I would have begged for an ass whooping because I knew it was over and it was over quick. So that was something I don't even remember getting my
Versus
ass
what,
whooped.
like being grounded or something?
Hell yeah, being grounded, having
You just wanted the
my
ass
favorite,
whooping?
my favorite toy or device taken away from me. Those till further notice punishments,
You
like till
said,
further notice.
give me the ass
Like,
whooping, I can go back to the game. Like
for example, I can remember, and I'll never forget this. I was probably about 6 years old, and mom was making dinner, and I wanted some grape Kool-Aid. She made a big pitcher of grape Kool-Aid, and I wanted it. She said, not until after you eat. And she stepped out of the room for a minute. I went and grabbed a chair, got on top of the refrigerator. Got the whole damn pitcher from on top of the refrigerator and tried to sneak the grape Kool-Aid. And then mom was right there. I just turned my head for a second and looked back, and there she was right there. And I spilt the damn Kool-Aid all over the place. Okay, then spilt it all over the place. Hey, mom didn't trip. She didn't trip. I didn't get my ass whooped, nothing like that. She just cleaned it up, mopped it up, and then made another pitcher of Kool-Aid. She sat my ass down. Wait a second, Reach. Let me finish. She sat my ass down right at the damn kitchen table with a fresh, brand new pitcher of grape Kool-Aid. Gave me a styrofoam cup and said, "You want some Kool-Aid? Go ahead and drink." So I drank 1 cup, 2 cups. I'm like, cool, this is good. Now she's like, "No, drink some more." Pour me another cup. And another cup, and another cup, and another cup, and another cup, and another cup. And I damn near, I know I felt sick. That's the last I remember. I know I felt sick, and I never snuck to this day. I usually don't drink anything until
that's worse than an ass whooping.
Moderation,
like to this day. Yeah, that was worse than an ass whooping. For real. So I can remember. Like I did that. I had a situation with my son. You have your Halloween candy and stuff like that. And this is when he was young. And after Halloween, you still got some of the candy left. So one day I get up. Of course, he beats me up in the morning. He's up before me, and I see a bunch of candy wrappers in the trash can. First thing in the morning. So I go get him out of his room. I'm like, "Did you sneak candy?" And he looks me dead in the eyes like, "No." I'm like, "Oh,
he
really?"
lied too.
Yeah, he lied. And that's what really kind of pissed me off. So I'm like, as I take him, I show him the candy wrappers. I'm like, "So you going to tell the truth now?" And he ended up coming clean, telling them the truth. I was like, "So you know the rules, right? Why are you not supposed to be eating the candy, like that when it's not time and not asking for permission?" He's like, "Well, because it's bad for my teeth and everything else." I'm like, "All right, you understand that. Now go brush your teeth." So I told him to just go brush your teeth until I tell you to stop. So I let him go in the bathroom and brush his teeth for a good, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes, something like that. Yeah, for a good half hour, 45 minutes, just sit there and brush. And it's pretty damn funny because he was at that age where he ain't got no damn front teeth. You know what I'm saying? They done fell out. So I'm trying not to laugh, and then after that
brushing his
35
back and
minutes
side
is over.
teeth over and over again.
Oh,
Shit.
trust me, I ain't done yet. Now I'm like, okay, I guess you're done. You don't want to brush your teeth anymore. He's like, no, I'm done. I was like, now you can floss until I tell you to stop.
Shit.
So, yeah, we did that for another good 35, 40 minutes or so.
God.
You know?
And y'all said something
And
about
then,
me
no,
being
hold on. We ain't done yet. Now you can stop.
That's hygiene.
Now it's time to rinse and gargle. Go ahead and do all that till I tell you to stop. Yeah.
So what's worse, a punch in the chest or torture?
That's torture.
That's not torture.
He never snuck
That's
candy
not
again.
torture.
Brushing your
Okay.
teeth, flossing, rinsing and gargling. That's not torture.
There you
In
go.
my,
Wait,
in my
hold on,
scenario,
I tell
That's
you
what I'm saying.
this
That's
though.
not torture.
Wait, I gotta say this well. There's
I'd
this
rather
one
do
method
that
though.
than
My
have my
Hey.
mother
hands
tries.
in my fucking
This,
chest.
this one
I'm trying to have
method
a
always
perfect set of
gets me
teeth now.
straight.
He just-
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say though that one method that always gets me straight is if I do something that disappoints my mother, she's just literally like, "Nah, don't talk to me." Literally, that one literally gets me. Literally, few hours where she says, "Don't talk to me, leave me alone." Literally, after that, literally cry though.
No, I
Literally,
heard my grandma used to do that shit, man, because she had 17 kids and a husband, and my mom was like, "Yeah, my mama give us a silent treatment for a week." You know what I'm saying? Like if something happened, she wouldn't talk to none of us. I was like, "Damn!" Like grandma was
not
cold
just the
blooded.
silent treatment, though. She literally makes this face. No, she makes this face, and no, once she makes this face, that literally is a disappointment face. I know you messed up. So literally, she could shout at me, she can take my stuff, but then literally she's gonna be like, don't talk to me," and go realize what you did. And that's what literally made me actually realize that. When that's not how she does it now. Maybe when I was younger, long time ago, I got a hard slap to the face.
Ooh, shit.
I want to make sure I understand Auntie correctly. So, how old was your son?
He was probably about 5, 6 years old, something like that.
5, 6 years old. So that means his bladder probably held about half a pint of liquid. So what you did as punishment was make him drink several cups of juice.
No, that was what my mother did to me. I made him. I made when he snuck the candy. I let him brush, rinse, and floss for about 2 hours.
He snuck candy. Auntie drank the Kool-Aid.
Yeah, I had to drink Kool-Aid.
So first you give him the candy.
Grape at that. You probably hate grape now.
So he got the
I
candy
never
from
took
his
Kool-Aid
parent. He got the candy from his parent, right? Then
No,
in
he was
trouble,
Candy.
huh?
He snuck it.
Candy.
Yeah, it was,
No. How did the candy get into the building?
it was in the house. He had to
How
go.
did it get there? How did it get there?
He had to find it. Hey, he had to find it.
Nah.
He had to
We're
go
going-
in the cabinet. That was damn sure too
responsible.
high.
We're
for him,
going
so he
back
had
to the
climb up
beginning.
on the countertop and do
No.
some
He wants you to
Spider-Man stuff to
We're
go get
going
it.
back to the beginning. How did the candy get into the building?
What? I bought it.
Oh,
That's
really?
gonna be his whole point. Watch.
Okay. So you bought it. You tempted him with it, and then he got in trouble because he wanted it the next morning. Then you made him brush 2 layers of dermis off of his gums for a half hour.
Yeah.
Then
got
made him
strong
gargle
gums.
on some poisonous mouthwash made for an adult for another half hour. Then he has no front teeth and he was flossing his gums until you said so. So how'd you clean up all the blood?
It wasn't. No, he didn't bleed.
I would have hit him in his chest and he would have cried for 30 seconds.
Kid already brushes his teeth and flosses. He knows how to
Bruise the
take
rib
care of
with you,
his damn.
depending on how hard you punch him in the chest. You feel me? Like, I don't know. For me personally, like it was, I grew up with both my parents, right? I got one brother and I got a sister. All right. So for the way that things ran in our household was my mom disciplined the girls, my dad disciplined my brother. And it was just like I just know in my heart. I mean, my mom always she'd make me wait all day for that ass whooping. And it usually be because we've been in church from 10:30 in the morning and now it's 4:30 and we're kids, we're ready to fucking go home. We're antsy, you know what I'm saying? We're distracted. We're probably dancing and doing other little stupid stuff in the pews or whatever. All she gotta do, you know you're getting a whoop when you get home. And she go back to praise the Lord. You know what I'm saying? Like nothing fucking happened. I would go all day waiting for that ass whooping. Mommy, you want a glass of water? I'm trying to be all nice and shit. But she always explained to me why she was doing what she was doing. You know what I'm saying? And she never wanted my dad to give me a spanking because she didn't want me to believe or think that it was okay for a man to ever put his hands on a woman. You know what I'm saying? But the explanation was definitely a part of it.
Is it safe to say that you guys were bad kids?
Huh?
Is it safe to say that you guys were bad kids?
No, we were just kids.
You got your ass whooped for
Woo,
nothing.
I was gonna say.
I can't even remember ass whoop. Like, to be honest, I don't remember. The only time I can remember my mother putting her hands on me was when I got caught sneaking her car in the middle of the night. I was like 16 years old.
Ooh, yeah, that's worthy of an
Oh, okay. Wait, but you know, there's this one thing though with mama and stuff like that. I remember.
She was right in the driveway waiting on me when I pulled into that motherfucker, man.
Okay.
Was she sitting in a lawn chair?
Nah.
She was just standing there?
Yep.
Damn.
Wait. Wow. I was gonna
She didn't
say
even whoop my ass because I was 16 years old. So she just punched me in the chest like really hard. Punched me in the chest really hard and hit me with another one like in a pretty weak muscle in my shoulder. My shoulder was like numb, or bicep shoulder was numb for probably a good 2-3 days.
Ow.
Pretty
Man, my parent wouldn't go that further. Wait, with my dad though, my dad don't need to put hands on me. He got that voice to instantly get me straight. Trust me, he's got that voice though. Literally, when he shouts though, I instantly stop what I'm doing and I literally go to him as quick as possible and do whatever he says or when he gets mad and stuff like that. Sometimes on some instances though, when he can't deal with me, my dad literally says, "I'll let your mom deal with you."
I got my ass whooped one time, and then I learned how to outsmart my parents after that.
Okay, and
if you can outsmart your parents, there's a problem.
Damn.
Yeah, that is the problem. Wait, did your parent ever talk to you after that though?
It's my generation, my entire generation.
Your parents should always be able to show you that you're not as smart as they are.
Dog.
Wait, I'm a terrible liar though. And trust me, one time I did this though. But me and my friends, I think it was in 2015, when I used to live in Saudi that time, I was supposed to go taekwondo that time. Instead, me and my friend, we snuck back over to his home and I did not tell my parent where I was going. I literally just went there though, and I just played game over in his house, and I was just like, okay, you know what? I just do the right thing and tell where I am. And literally, she's just like, look, I don't care, just come home, man.
Okay, she ain't even want to hear that bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah, wait. I actually got someone else in trouble as well. One time, I think I was a kid in Pakistan. One time I went for a vacation there with my family. I wanted to get pizza though, so me and my cousin, we snuck out the house and we didn't tell anyone. And when we got home, my cousin was the one who got slapped to the face by his dad, and I got off the hook.
Damn.
Yeah, but I mean, I was young and I was innocent kid though in that time, so they didn't do anything to me. They did something to my cousin that time. It was funny. I told him that story later and he found it funny too. It's kind of funny though, but that's kind of crazy though. But yeah, that's what I wanted to do. I did not tell my mom. Next time though, when I went over there, I can't get away with it now, but I got away with it back in the day.
Hey, Coach Ferg, what's going on? Good afternoon, my good sir. You know what? One thing that it wasn't really like the threat of getting a whooping. You know what I'm saying? Like, to be completely honest, I was more concerned with, do my parents still love me? You know what I'm saying? That's like, honestly, like,
disappointment.
I can't, yeah, like, but like, that's why for me personally, like, it would break my fucking heart. Like, if my mama slapped me in my face or like something like that, you know, it would hurt my heart. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just like, damn, like, you're my parent. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no other way that you could have found, you know what I'm saying? Like, you know, to get your point across or whatever. Like, to me, I'm just like, even after the whooping, you know what I'm saying? It's kind of sick, but you know, you still want to just be like, you want to just get that reassurance from your parents, like we good, you know what I'm saying? Because you want to make sure that your parents still fucking love you. They're gonna treat you the same. I know I disappointed you. I'm sorry. I was just in church.
Wait, that's the same with me.
In church because I
That's
was
the
there
same.
from 10:30 until 4:30. I'm bored. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to go home. It's Sunday, and y'all got us up here at church every other day of the week. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm a soloist in the children's choir. I take piano lessons from the choir director. I'm a youth usher. I'm a part of the tutoring service. I'm a part of youth ministry. Like it's 5-6 days out the week. Like that's what I used to get whoopings for, Reese. So no, I didn't think that I was a bad kid. I felt like I was just a kid who ran out of fucking patience. You know what I'm saying? Who just wanted to be a kid.
Your parents were dictators.
No, not 100%. No, my parents were going through a very trying time at work. Both of my parents, they worked for the IRS. My dad was an auditor. My mom was in management, and they dealt with racism. They wanted to snap on their fucking bosses every day. Luckily, they found a great church that had a great, youth ministry and youth attendance. And we were involved, and that's what helped them out. You know what I'm saying? Because they would do exemplary work and not get bonuses because they were Black or whatever. And it would piss them off to the point where they want to go snap and do something, but they can't. So they brought us into the Lord. You feel me? Like my mom, she told me all the time, she was just like, man, I needed that at that time. But it was a good situation because even after when my father passed away, the same pastor from the Chicago area drove to Ohio and did my father's service because my dad, he ran the PA system. He recorded all the sermons, made copies for people who wanted to listen on their way to work or wanted to share with families. This is before social media. Okay. This is in the 90s. So we did the cassette tapes, and he made sure that the microphones and the speakers didn't have no feedback. All the levels were straight. That was his job. My mom, she ran the bookstore. So anybody who didn't have a Bible, wanted a Bible, definitely was on the TD Jakes and all these different, I mean, hey, in the 90s, when you wanted religious, literature that wasn't the Bible, there weren't that many authors at the time. So she would just order books and make them available in the church. Every time somebody got baptized, she'd bust out her Nikon camera with the flash at the top, take their picture and put them on the wall of fame. You know what I'm saying? That was her thing because you accepted the Lord, you know what I'm saying? Jesus Christ to be your personal, savior. And we got to document it for you. You know what I'm saying? So that's how involved we were. But I didn't understand how much my parents needed that at that time.
Okay. That's understandable. Okay, I'm gonna say though, for me, I've got the fear of disappointment.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, sorry, my bad. I meant to say though, with me though, with the fear of disappointment with my parent though, is the one thing that break me is knowing my parent won't talk to me. Of course, they'll talk to me at the end of the day, but for that period of time where they won't talk to me for a few hours, that literally gets me though. Because I disappointed them, and two, they won't talk to me.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that literally breaks me.
Yeah.
Because that's the one thing that will always get me straight. But sometimes though they can either shout at me or ban me from stuff though. But at the same time they can keep doing that to the point that I'm not gonna really learn anything. So their one way of effectively teaching me something without using their hand is just to basically just not talk to me. So then they actually make me realize though what I did though, because it got me to realize what I actually did wrong though. And after that, when we were done, they would just come back and they'll talk to me about what I did. And then I understood why and everything. And I said sorry. Because I can say sorry too many times, but then they want to actually see how sorry I really was.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Just when I think about parenthood in general, these little people did not ask to be here. You know what I'm saying? So for me personally, I just try my best, you know what I'm saying, to be as as much as an adult as possible. You know what I'm saying? So not to be quick to anger. Another thing, and a lot of people, they like to use the Bible interchangeably. But one thing that I really do think that people need to emphasize a little bit more from the Bible is, you know, they always say, children, honor your mother and thy father, and your days will be long upon this earth. But they always leave out, but parents, do not provoke your children to wrath. Don't provoke them to wrath. You know what I'm saying? That's like I said, that's where you know, when you were saying the resentment comes from, you know, just treating them like they're people who are on your same level. You are the adult for a reason. It's a hierarchy process, and it has to be some grace that's given to a child, just like God or whoever your creator is gives grace to you as a grown-ass man or woman who knows better.
For me, so what I was taught, so I was gonna say what I was taught though is this: the paradise is underneath the Baba's feet. Yes, basically supposed to listen and respect your mom, but at the same time, no, you know, like, you know, it's like, of course the like have boundaries type thing, no, but also the reason why I have to put, you know, paradise is underneath the mother's feet in a metaphorical sense is one, she helped bring me in the world because God created me and my father helped bring me though. But both parents is equally important. But my mother is basically spiritually 3 times higher than my father for a reason though. So God though is because one, though, she's the one to help bring you in the world and teach you and feed you and do all these things. So of course your father's there and is equally important. Both parents is equally important and they're here to help and everything like that. But you know, the role of a mother, that's that type of thing though. That's what I was taught. You know, paradise is underneath the mother's feet for a reason. So,
wow.
Gratitude for your life belongs to your father. Your father is the one that gave you life. Period.
Oh, the father carried you and pushed and bared down and split his bottom half open to bring your big-headed ass into the world.
The person who gave you life is the source where life came from.
Nah.
When you're a sperm cell, you're alive. You have a heart and a spine. You're a creature that lives in the world. A woman has an egg. That's where you begin. You don't begin in the womb. You begin there. That's your origin, your father. Period. I'd love to hear the arguments against that. I'd love to hear.
No, I feel you on that though.
Hold on, let me put this in my notes. That's a whole nother different show, man. And I want men and women for this show. Reese, you definitely got to be there because you're the one who don't believe. Like, okay, so it's like saying, okay, so if you buy a damn if you buy a packet of seeds, okay, is that the egg or is that the sperm? Metaphor. A seed. You want to grow a plant. Let's say sunflower seeds. Who cares? Is the seed the egg metaphorically, or is the seed the sperm?
I don't see the association. That's just the same as the chicken and the egg shit. Yeah. That's interesting. But a human life begins in the testicles of a man.
Wrong.
It's a creature already, and it never dies.
Wrong.
Okay.
You don't even understand that, like, me and all the eggs that I've ever needed in my lifetime were already established in my grandmother's womb, in her body. Did you know that?
Yeah, and she came from a man's sperm.
Child, look. All right, so, okay, check this out.
Is that correct or not?
No, it's incorrect, and I'll tell you why. Like right now, I live in the South. I live in Georgia, right? This is an atmosphere that could be very similar to Florida, could be very similar to California, right? Could grow fruit trees, right? But we don't see no fruit, and we get, Georgia especially, we get a lot of, and I just got over my allergies. We go through this allergy season, you know, especially in the springtime, because there's nothing but male plants, trees, everything planted around the area, and they're just skeeting sperm all over the air, which is pollen. Pollen is the fertilizer. That's why bees are important. They carry pollen from flower to flower, you know what I'm saying, in order to fertilize that. If there's no fruits out here in Georgia because there's nothing but fucking male plants. There's no female plants with actual flowers or seeds in them to catch some of this pollen and create life. So it just, people get allergies, like when it rains, literally, you know, like, you know, the gutters and the, you know what I'm saying, the sides of the street, you could see just trails of yellow You can see it. Don't have a black car out here. You can take
I know how it goes.
Yeah, so that's nothing but sperm, okay? But nothing grows. Nothing grows. There's no fruit, okay?
I still don't get the point.
The female plants make the fruit, and that's the life.
That's plants.
That's nature. It's the same shit.
Now, human beings operate different. Human beings have a source. Like, if there's no sperm, there's no human beings, period. A sperm is a living creature that's alive, and it never dies.
That's why it takes a million of them, or a certain, a certain amount of million to penetrate one egg.
Your math is absolutely correct. But what I'm saying is the beginning. The sperm is the beginning. There's nothing before that. Then the rest of the life process happens.
All right.
Start talking.
The man. Okay. All right. Yeah, we definitely gonna have to do this.
I'd love to be wrong, man, but I can't be.
I'm gonna bring the facts that crack your mama's back when we actually.
You gonna Google something? That's what you gonna do.
When we do this for real, it's just I'm not going because we gotta break this down. We gotta
honestly, if you think about it, you could just argue that there's a circle.
Definitions. I'm gonna bring up some PowerPoints. Like shit, y'all gotta let me prepare, but it's going down. What you say, Reed?
I said a good argument would be that it's a never-ending circle that never has a break in it. So like there is no beginning or you know what I mean? You could argue that. But an observation of human life begins with a sperm cell, and a sperm cell is not an egg floating around in a fucking ovary. A sperm cell is a living creature. It's an animal, just like an amoeba or an elephant. It's alive and here, existing without a woman. A sperm do not need a woman to exist.
And the egg doesn't need sperm to exist. And actually, there is a whole term. I looked it up. Damn, I can't. It's some type of selection. But did you know that the egg chooses the sperm?
The egg is a building and nothing more.
Did you know that the egg chooses the sperm? Yes or no?
No, I didn't know that. I don't believe shit that's written down anyway. I don't care what it is.
But you read a lot.
I used to.
Interesting.
I used to go on binges.
Yeah, we're gonna break
hours for years.
It's gonna be fun. This gonna be fun.
I'm sorry, come back first. So yeah, I feel you on that spot. And also, when I'm praying as well, when I'm in prayer though, if my mother calls me 3 times, that means I have to stop the prayer and literally get up and do what I have to do, what she tells me to do. She has to call me 3 times. And then my father, if he calls me to do something, he has to call me more than 3 times. So that shows you, in which sense, But I'm saying both parents is equally important though, of course. But I'm just saying.
Yeah. But you just react differently depending on which parent you're dealing with, right?
Yeah, it's not just what parent, it's what I'm taught as well as the Muslim way it is. It's also stated as well, though, in spiritually 3 times I in certain type of way, because the mouth has given a certain type of responsibility of carrying the child though anyway. So basically, in a sense, you know
what? That is so different from what they spread, the nonsense that they spread over here. It's like I've been literally hearing, and I mean they're not from the best sources, granted, but yet and still it is a mindset and a mentality that is out there in the atmosphere, right? That women, like women here in the States, mothers don't get respect. Like we have to wait till your father gets home. That's how we have to get children to act right, Riaz. Like in America, the mom can be at home, right, and taking care of the child. And depending on, with little girls, I think it's a little bit hard. I mean, it's a little bit easier. But like if a mother is like there with a little boy, you know what I'm saying? He might not respect her because in America, women are not respected. We're second place. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
So, it's interesting that you say, like in your religion, that the mother is actually held in high regard, because here in the States, they act like if a woman ain't having no kids, then she's useless. Like, and even if she does have kids, it's the mom still has to tell the child, wait till you want me to tell your father? Wait till he gets home for him to straighten up. Or when dad comes in the room, that's when the child straightens up. They don't respect mothers or women in the United States like they do your religion.
Well, I guess no, that's just probably the way they was taught. The way I was taught and the way in the home, the way I was taught is I was taught to practice it properly. My mom's like, I'm from a practicing family and I was taught to practice properly and literally from the source and everything and what is stated, but also though adapted to how it is now in a way. So I practice properly basically. That's what my mother actually taught us to do. Practice properly and everything and how you treat other people and stuff like that. And I'm also saying 5 is equally important. Like, yeah, my mom, what she did was like both of them just, equally dealt with me though. Just that in some cases though, my dad deals with me, of course, but then in some cases though, he prefers to let my mother deal with me because I'm more closer to her than him though. It's not that I don't respect him. I always respect him and I'll do whatever I need to do, and I'm very appreciative of everything he does. It's just that certain things I'm more closer to my mother than him though, and he also knows that. Literally, he said it himself though. Like certain things, like when I ask him certain things, he says, look, ask your mother, that's the better stuff. And then in some cases, so my mother will let my father deal with me. So they just both understand, what they recognize what I'm kind of needing and what I want and stuff like that. So they know me best and stuff. So they just recognize that. So that's how I was taught as well. Because I actually look at the story and stuff like that, how the prophet treated his mother and everything like that, where basically he helped his mother clean the home, even though she never told him to do anything. And he just did it anyway, So I just looked at that, man. So it's like deeper than that.
I feel you. This, you know what? I might have to actually, like I said, make this into like a whole nother topic, just to get, just get a little bit more, perspective and things like that. I know that it's not to change people's minds or whatever, but,
no, of course not.
Offer, because you never know who's listening. You never know who's going to watch the replay or who might be in these situations where they need a little bit more insight. Give me 1 second. Genesis, what's going on, sugars? Please ask him if that is the case, then why can't men get themselves pregnant? Ooh, she talking to you, Reese.
That's a silly question.
He said the baby is reliant in the sperm. So if that's the case, then why can't men get themselves pregnant?
That question doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, if there's so much emphasis on the sperm and like total disregard of the egg, and how come y'all can't make this happen?
It's literally not disregard of the egg. The whole planet says that the whole planet says that women give life. In real truth, in our world, the man's sperm is totally disregarded. Period. No one acknowledges it. They just say women to give life. And that's not mathematically true. A man has life inside of him all the time. It's a living creature. That's the only point I'm trying to make, is that the origin of a human being is there. That's it. It's got nothing to do with a man being able to make himself pregnant or producing a human. The only argument I'm making is the origin, where it starts. Even though the whole dumb world, 8 billion dumb motherfuckers, women are the givers of life. I won't win this debate nowhere. Everybody said that. But I'm right and they're wrong. And that's how the world goes.
Okay, but I mean, to me, the way I was saying is both is equally important and both is given two different responsibilities.
I agree 100%.
That's what I was trying to say, but the way I was to see it was
every time I bring that up, that's always the point that's made next. So I understand perfectly.
Okay, yeah. So that's what I was trying to say. That's why I was saying paradise is in a metaphorically. That's why I say paradise is underneath your mother's feet because that's just how it's kind of seen that way. That's how I was taught to believe, though. So, and I also see it that way as well. So I help my mom whenever she needs help. So it's kind of like respecting her, but it also don't mean that kind of other way type thing as well, to treat me some kind of way. So that's that kind of way I kind of get you on that for That's what I was trying to explain. Both is equally important. Both have different responsibility. It's just how God sees it, though.
Yeah, this is definitely a topic that we're gonna have to expound on.
Yeah.
Specifically in the future. We're hitting the 6 hour and 35 minute mark. I appreciate every single one of y'all hanging out with me during my watch hour party. But I gotta get something in my stomach. I've been up since like 10. I ate breakfast, but like it's like it's damn near dinner time now. I'm gonna skip the whole meal. Riaz, you got any last thoughts for us?
Sure, the final four is definitely please leave a like, comment, share, connect to the host, and connect to everybody else who is a creator and who's a creator in the chat and on the panel. Also help us, grow, inshallah. Help us support us and check out all the previous short streams and videos from this channel also. And let's get her monetized, inshallah, and help out everyone else we support too, though. And basically help everybody else enjoyed this stream. And also make sure to do your research before you take out anything from the stream. Or if you actually really like something, don't make sure to actually ask any questions or add anything on the replay. Thank you.
Yes, awesome. For sure. Appreciate you, Riaz. Yes, the replay is awesome. Leave a comment. Tell me your favorite part, your least favorite part. I have my correspondence, thecommongood333@gmail.com. If you guys have any other feedback or even topics that you want me to cover, I got y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, shoot, I got y'all. As long as it makes sense, we definitely got to talk about this whole origin story and parenting and things like that. I think that this is a topic and a subject that is important for the people who are listening, because we want a future. A lot of people want families. Let's, learn to at least hear different ways of how to go about it, right? So, let me see here. Reese, you still there? I know you got your camera covered. You still there? All right. Looks like he stepped away from us for a second. Well, I'm going to go ahead and just drop him down. Appreciate you, Reese, from Philly, Philly, where I am from. Thanks to Riaz. Thanks to Auntie, Big Dog Barking. Thanks for joining the panel today. It definitely made it a good vibe. And thanks for everybody who said we still got 12 people in the building. Thank y'all for showing up. We got 47 likes. Woo! And I gained 10 extra subscribers in the past 2 days. So thank y'all so much. We're going to be hitting this monetization real soon. And we're going to party like better than it's 1999. We definitely going to get it on. I have some ideas. I have some games that I want to play. Get y'all involved, in terms of game show type of night, what I'm saying, for monetization party. So definitely stay tuned for that. But other than that, I am going to go ahead and get out of here, continue to work and revamp the channel. But thank y'all so much. I'm going to leave y'all. Like I said, this is a background music that the Drip Show put together for me. This is my first time playing it. This is my official background music. If anybody needs anything done, please hit him up. He can put something together, give you some prices on either audio or visual. All right. Until next time, my friends, y'all be good. Have a great rest of your day. And actually, I'll be back tomorrow. All right. Like I said, we only got a few hundred more of these hours to knock out. Let's get them out the way. You know what I'm saying? So we can have this party. Okay. You guys have a great rest of your day. Thank y'all so much. My chat is the best. Y'all better than Red Bull. You give me wings.
This is a little personal. The LA Project Show.